Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to Blizzard Abroad. Topic of today's live stream is I love America, but I still want to leave. I don't know if anybody's in here. Is anybody in here? Let me see. Give it a second, see if anybody's going to jump in. So basically, tonight, I wanted to have a conversation, more like a open panel, just to give people the opportunity, to voice their opinions instead of always listening to, one guy appear just giving his opinion on everything and responding to everything. I want us all to be able to come together. I want us all to be able to come together and just have a conversation, man. I think that's needed. It's absolutely needed in the environment that we're in today, right? So that's the direction I'm trying to go with my channel now, is to have conversations, to listen to people and just give people the opportunity to actually voice their opinions also instead of just listening to like some talking head, just always giving one his opinion, you know. And like I said, anything I say, because I got asked, on one of my videos, who is that for? And I just want to be clear, man. I don't have beef with anybody. I just have an opinion. So, but if I had a problem with anybody in particular, I would just say their name. I've done it before. I don't have a problem with it. So whatever I say, man, it's not aimed at anybody. There's not one person on this planet. I can actually say this today. There's not one person on this planet I have beef with, I'm angry with, I'm upset with, I'm holding a grudge against. And that's a good feeling to have, man. You know. But what up, Cisco? How you doing, bro? It's good to see you in here, man. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Put a one in there. Because my mic was reading that. It was at zero. So but yeah, we good, man. I just want to know, man. I just want to have a conversation, man. I'm not trying to bash where I'm from or where other people's chosen destinations. Yeah, all right, peace, peace. That's good, man. Um, but I do acknowledge the benefits that come with being born in America, man. You know, and to each his own. If you want to leave, that's fine, man. But I just think we need to make sure we're leaving um, with a purpose and not just running away from something, man. Not just trying to escape. But to each his own, man. I appreciate the opportunities. Hey, Miss Manny, good to see you in here. I'm happy you made it. I know it's early out there. What you said, three in the morning. So I really do appreciate you um, being up this early. Because I'm honestly, that's tough. I already know how tough that is. Like I was saying, Passport X, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Passport X in the building. It's just turned into an 85 Atlanta heading to Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I've been to Myrtle Beach, man. I like it. I like it, man. I like Myrtle Beach. Um, Cisco says, I don't want to leave America as much as I want to experience life elsewhere. See, I was going to get to that. I was going to get to that. Yeah, yeah, your voice is ringing in our bedroom. Oh, am I too loud? Um, but yeah, I appreciate the opportunities that come with being born in America. And it wasn't until I, I went out of America that honestly, it wasn't even when I was outside of America. It was my first trip to the Philippines. It was when I got back that I realized how lucky I was, to actually be born in America. It took like 2 or 3 months. That's how I am. I'm slow with some things, with feelings and emotional things. I'm kind of slow with it. So it takes time to like process, you know. but I feel like I'm a better person when I'm out of the country, especially when I was in the Philippines because there's no stress, I wasn't worried about going to a job, all that stuff, man. It comes with it, you know. But are we entitled? Are we acting entitled, you know, by not acknowledging the good parts of America? You know, it's like a trend going on nowadays. There's a trend going on, and it's to bash America, especially since, Trump's taken office. You know, good or bad, good or bad, would you trade places with someone from a developing country that had the same job and had the same earning potential in their economy? Would you do it? You know? And I think the answer would be no for a lot of people. So Cisco says the expectation on a black man are different outside of America. Um, Being black in America, man, it's an experience, man. You know, I don't like to come up here and act like a victim or nothing, but it's an experience, man, and it has its good and bad. It has its good and bad to me. I love being black, man. I won't change it for anything in the world. But some of the looks you get, some of the, it can wear on you sometimes, man. You know. MJ says, "What's up, bro? How you doing, man?" He said, "I lived in three different countries long term, and I will tell you, America is still hands the greatest country ever on earth." A lot of people agree. A lot of people agree, and a lot of people don't. And everybody has their different reasons. So I don't want to argue if it is or if it isn't. I just want to know why today. That's all I want to do. I just want to know why. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I love America. Is it the greatest country on earth? I don't know. I haven't been to every one, so I can't tell you that. But for me, and that's what a lot of people leave out when we're having these discussions. It's the for me part. That's being left out of a lot of discussions all everywhere. Oh, this is the greatest. No, this is the greatest. Why aren't we saying, all right, this is the greatest for me? Because we each have our own reasons, you know. That's millions of people come to America every year. I agree. I agree. They're coming for the earning potential. You know, I think a lot of people are coming here because, the opportunities to earn, you know, but like I said, it's each his own, Felipe G, what up? How you doing, man? It's good to see you here. That's why MJ said that's why millions of people come to America. Yeah, for earning potential, for political asylum, for a lot of different reasons, you know. But I haven't been in their shoes. I've only been an American. Like I said, I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud. But there are reasons why people are leaving. There are real reasons why people every year, hundreds of thousands of people choose to become expats. There's not an exact number. I tried to look it up, and I think there's no way you can get an absolute number. You know what I mean? So we're never gonna know how many people become expats, but the closest estimate that I could find was like 200,000 Americans become expats every year. And that number is nothing. That's like a very, very tiny number compared to the number of Americans there are. But it's still 200,000. That's but let me know, man. Like I said, I'm not here to bash. I'm not here to argue. I love my country, and I also love being outside of the country when I was. You know what I mean? So, like I said, we're gonna have a conversation. All I ask is, if you come up, just be respectful, man. I don't have a controversial channel, so I just ask that you be respectful. I don't have mods. I'm not blocking anybody. You know, not yet, but who knows down the line. Uh, Felipe says hi, Miss Manny. Felipe's listening, BG, almost midday here. I appreciate you, man. Cisco says, if you had to come back after you die as a random person, but could only pick the country you're born in, where would it be? If you wind up as any race, gender, disabled, America. Hands down, America. You know, no doubt about it, man. Ryan Avery, Rogue One, salute, brother. It's good to see you in here, man. He says hi, Blizzard. He says hi to Miss Manny. Miss Manny says hi. Everybody says hi. So that's kind of the tone I want. But like I said, man, this is an open discussion. So whatever you want to talk about, that's fine with me as long as it's respectful and we're not attacking anybody. And I don't do the yelling and screaming. You know, I don't really do that. I like to just have a conversation. So let me get the link ready. There's the link. So if you want to come on up. But yeah, good question, Cisco. And I think that right there, that's a good ass question, man. Because a lot of people will say yes. A lot of people that have never even been to America would say yes. You know, and I like the earlier question I had. You know, if you could trade one for one, would you trade the everyday man if you given the exact earning potential that they had? Would you? You know what I mean? Frank Tank, what's up, brother? It's good to see you here, man. USA is turning into pre-World War II Germany. It's not though. I don't think it is. I'm here. You know what I mean? I'm here. And like I said, most of us that's out here just living life, man. We're not living what people are seeing on the news. Yes, the prices are a little higher, but I live the same life that I've been living the whole time. And prices are a little higher, but I'm earning a little more. So I was on another stream earlier and they were talking about one guy was saying his 401k was down and he lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm like, well, I'm down 10%. And that hurts, but I'm still up 12% for year to date. You know what I mean? That's my life, but that's where I put my money at in my 401k. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about perspective. It's one person to tell you that the sky is falling, you know, and the other person to tell you that the heavens opened up for them. It's like, what's the perspective and where you're coming from? So, and another thing I want to say to Frank Tate is like, it may be for some people though. So I can't deny that too. It may look like that for some people, but not for all of us. MJ says, for the most part, it's only retirees who move abroad or the young dudes with trust funds. For the most part, yeah, that's true. For the most part, yeah. And this expat thing has been going on for a long time. Man. It's nothing new. It's just on social media now, and everybody thinks it's like the hot thing. It's been going on forever. Like I watched one video on YouTube, and it was about the passport bros, but he was saying like, look, they've been doing these seminars with hundreds and hundreds of people every year. You know what I mean? Every year for a year for a long time, man. DDT. I feel like leaving, but I think I'm just going to find a rural place in North Michigan. Yeah, if that works for you, man. If that works for you, man. And like if you have the options, that makes things a whole lot easier. Options make things a whole lot easier for all of us, man. It's the government. Yeah, it's the government. And I don't agree with what's going on in the government. But like I said, I feel like they know us. They know how we're gonna react and and they know like what they can get away with, how far they can push it. You know what I'm saying? Miss Wishy, Miss You Wish, how you doing? It's good to see you here. It's good to see you here. Early in the morning over in the Philippines. No taxes on overtime is coming up. Also, that'll be nice. Like stuff like that, I appreciate, man. Little things, but is it gonna cover the higher prices? But honestly, the prices ain't that higher, man. I think gas for a gallon is like two. I just filled up today too. I think it was like 2.94 where I'm at. You know what I mean? So no neck overtime. What's that mean? I don't know what that means. That's just laughing. Thomas Marshall, what's up, bro? It's good to see you. Good to see everybody in here. Like I said, if you want to come up, have a conversation, just give your opinion, man. That's all it's about. Even if you want to talk about something else, man. There's the link again. I'm gonna keep dropping it. So Thomas Marshall says, what's up, Liz? Why are you so blurry? Am I blurry? I got a new camera, man. I just got a new camera. I think it's like extra sensitive. Like extra sensitive. It keeps like trying to focus. Guys, let me know if I'm blurry, man. Help me out. Cause I can just switch it to the and I'm on my laptop because I got a new computer coming. Am I blurry? Yes or no? Please help me out. Okay, that's better. That's where it says prices got under out of control under President Biden. I don't know why. Hold on, let me go back up. Prices got out of control under President Biden. I don't know why everybody's trying to blame Trump because it's the cool thing to do. And if damn Kamala, if she would have won, then the right would have been up blaming her for everything. That's just how it goes, man. And that's what I always talk about. Like we get regular people like me. I'm not a fanatic. I'm not an extremist. We get caught in the middle every time of this fight. So no matter who would have won, the other side was going to be up in every opportunity. They were going to be like placing blame for everything. That's politics for you, man. I don't mind talking about politics. I just don't. I don't like arguing, and I don't mind. I don't want to argue with people that I know I'm not going to change their mind. So, hello, Miss Tom from Thomas Marshall. What don't you agree with about the government, bro? I don't like government in general. You know what I mean? Federal government. But it is what it is, man. I know some people do. They have a job to do. I think it's just going too fast for everybody to get their heads around. But I think a lot of things needed to be done, and we can't deny that they needed to be done. So it may be a hard road, but sooner or later we were gonna have to change. We were gonna have to change the way we were going anyway, man. Like the deficit has been out of control, you know. So some people are saying, I feel like some people are saying we know it's wrong, but it's gonna hurt to change. You know what I mean? It's gonna hurt either way, man. If we don't do something about it, it's really gonna hurt either way. So, like I said, I voted for who I voted for, and at the end of the day, you know, he's got 4 years to do something, and then we're probably if a Democrat wins, then they're gonna fucking blow everything. They're gonna go the exact opposite, and that's how we live here, like like a roller coaster ride. Cisco says, "What's up, Thomas? What's up, brother? What's up, Cisco?" That's better. Yeah, I noticed that. I thought I had it good because for me it looks clear. Um, it's trying to like focus. Miss Manny says, "How's the healthcare system in America, Blizz?" I always heard people complaining about it. Honestly, I don't know that much about the healthcare system in America because I don't really get sick, and I make my appointments every year. Um, I just pay what I gotta pay. Like at the end of the day, I'm a stubborn man. I go to the doctor. Like the payment comes out of my check. That's gone up and up and up over time, though. Under every administration for me, I can remember like years ago paying like having Blue Cross Blue Shield paying like $40 a week. Now it's way up there. Yeah. But like I said, some things I don't know. I don't beat myself up over some things. You know what I'm saying? Like he says it's going in and out, blurry. Maybe I should just change it. I don't know if I could change it while I'm in here. Hold on a second, guys. Let me see if I could change it. I get this angle right. I just changed it to. Do you know that the dollar is going down in value overseas? Absolutely. I know that. But I know that it's done it before. You know what I mean? It's not just Trump. And that's the thing. That's the problem I have with this argument. Like the stock market went down. You know what I'm saying? And everybody acts like it never went down before, ever. Like especially some older people. They're panicking, they're going crazy, but it's like you've lived long enough to have seen the stock market go down, come up, go down, come up. Like it happens. And I don't know, I'm younger, so I'm not really like worried about it that much because I know like what 2008, we all were around. We all were around it, and we seen it go down. We seen horrible things. People lost a lot of money. You know, some people had the opportunity to move things around, and when it came back, they got paid off. And some people didn't have the opportunity. But we have seen this. We have seen the stock market go up and down before. And I think just because somebody's in office that they don't like, now you hear the voices are louder. You know. But like I said, this is just my opinion that I'm sharing. You know, Miss US says, "Yeah, I heard it yesterday too. On one particular channel complaining about it, the healthcare system in America. Nobody likes it. I mean, I've heard some horrible stories, but I haven't experienced them. I've heard about people losing their life savings, because they got sick, with cancer, or anything like that. I just haven't. I've heard the stories. I just haven't experienced them. You know, the deficit goes higher under Republicans. That's a fact. It does. Thomas Marshall's people are leaving the states, man. I'm glad I don't have to deal with politics day in and day out. Yeah. I don't either though. That's the thing about it. I don't either. I don't deal with politics every day in and day out. You know. When I wanna know what's going on, I go look for it. Like I don't watch CNN, I don't watch Fox News. I was saying last week that, I read my news on Google News, so I open the app, I read it, and then I close the app. I just can't. I just couldn't. I used to watch the new CNN. I used to watch Fox, and I just can't do it, man. It's all like it's all becoming like opinion pieces. We try to catch up to this chat on how far I am. Cisco says, Miss Manny, healthcare in America is expensive only because in America everything is about making money. Unfortunately, yes, it is. Yes, it's very clear now. Yeah, this is the webcam. So I paid this money for this other camera, it's a good camera, I think, when it actually gets into focus, but it's just in and out. No, it's good now. All right, thank you, man. It says don't change it. You're good now. The dollar goes up and down, but this is the first time a president has caused it based on nonsensical policy. Man, I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. I said I'm not a political science major, you know, but yeah, he did cause it. That's one thing. It does seem like it wasn't very the moves he made wasn't like very thought out. But what can we what are we gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Are we gonna yell and complain? Like I said, the dollar going up and down, it's not good. It's absolutely not good. But what can you do about it right now? You know what I mean? I think that is what a lot of what I focus on is like I hear a lot of people yelling and screaming, yelling at the marching, marching, but at the end of the day, you still gotta take your ass to work. I still gotta go. I still gotta go to work. I gotta work. I'm gonna earn money. I'm gonna spend money. It's what I do with the money I have in my pocket that matters. So, and a lot of people don't think like that, man. But just that's just the way I think. It's what I do with the money that I earn that I have in my pocket that matters, man. You know, I've worked I've worked 3 jobs before. That shit sucks. But that's what I needed to do at that time to earn the money that I needed, man. Not 3 full-time jobs. I had 1 full-time job and 2 part-time jobs. I've done that before. I was young, but that's what I needed to do to get the money in my pocket that I needed. Miss Manny says Cisco International is healthcare insurance also mandatory to have for every citizen. Older people are everywhere in Pinas to brag their pension money. Yeah, Miss Manny, yes. Thomas Marshall, I would agree with that sister. He paid himself with that fiasco. And a lot of other people got paid though, man. People that were ready. Um, People that had a little extra sitting around, man, like they were buying. I didn't have a lot sitting around, but I bought, you know. MJ says, wait, I missed one. Hold on, bro. I got you. MJ says, I'm glad I'm a military vet that can always get free healthcare if need be. Yeah, to the VA. Thanks for your service. Trump is strangling China right now. Without America, China will fall. It's gonna be a back and forth, man. It's like we're both each other's biggest trading partner, man. So I don't know. A lot of negotiation needs to be done, but I'd rather it be done behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like it used to be done. I appreciate the openness and being coming out and saying things, but it used to be done behind the scenes, man, because once you flame somebody or embarrass somebody out in public, you know, most of the time they have to respond publicly. Like a lot of these negotiations used to be done behind the scenes. I liked it a lot better that way. You know, maybe some things, yeah, bring it to the light, but not every damn thing, man. Some only want to be military for the benefits, not because they're into the service. Honestly, a lot of people are not in the military because of patriotism. You know what I mean? Some go for money, stability, free school. You know what I mean? So Let's see. The best we can do is talk to other people and influence those around us. We can't normalize what Trump is doing. And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not gonna convince you that Trump is doing good. And I'm not even gonna try to. You know what I mean? Because I don't I don't love to do it either. So, yeah. I used to tell my nephews about sports. It doesn't matter if your team wins, you still gotta work every day. Yes. Yes. And that's the problem. Instead of people trying to work, they're trying to disrupt things, man. Like whether or not you wanted Trump to win, whether or not you wanted Kamala to win, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be trying to throw a wrench into everything unless it's some harmful shit that's gonna like tear the country apart, you know. Whether you liked him or not, he won. You know what I mean? He won. So should have got that vote out more. I don't know what else to say about that, man. Let me say I'm not a political activist. I'm not a poli sci major or anything like that, man. So politics is not my strong suit, even though I do pay attention to it. China isn't going anywhere. They've been around 5,000 years before America. Exactly. They're not going nowhere. Neither are we, though. Good morning, y'all. It's hot, hot. And it's a lot of this. I know that the markets are reflecting what's going on, but from the leadership, do you think a lot of it's just posturing? You know, China exports 40% to America. America exports 8% to China. True. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I know it's uneven number. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, both of our both of our economies need each other. Both of our economies need each other. You know, TJ, what's up from Cisco? China isn't struggling; they're uniting while we're struggling. I want one of y'all to come up, man, because y'all very opinionated in the chat. You guys are welcome to come up. Subjectivity is important, but it takes away from the perceived importance of one's opinions. Yes, I agree, TJ. Like everybody just wants to have an opinion with no facts around it. Um, Miss Manny says it's difficult to give love to the government when the government don't love back their people. Now, there's one thing I would say because I had a Filipino brother comment on one of my videos, um, and he was talking about politics in the Philippines. And honestly, I regret what I said back because I responded with like we all do sometimes, with my experience and with American politics. You know what I mean? Then I was on the next day I was watching Miss Manny's stream. This was last week, I think. This on Miss Manny's stream, they were saying like her and Miss Wishy were talking about like politics and how the politicians die, sometimes running for office and stuff. So I was like, damn, it's not that bad in America. As much as we think it's bad, our politicians are not murdered just because they're running for office. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to put things into perspective, and you know as much as we want to leave America, we complain about America, like nobody talks about we'll talk about how bad the politics are in America, but will live in the Philippines where politicians are getting murdered. You know, like is that privilege? Do we have a privilege? Because we could go there. We could totally ignore politics in the Philippines if we wanted to. You know, because it really doesn't affect us. It's just immigration laws or something like that. It's just TJ says, "What up, Cisco? Salute." Too hard to talk politics on YT. Like it is. It is. I didn't come up here specifically to talk about politics. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm an expert, because I'm absolutely not. But it is hard, you know. Anytime you bring up politics, it's hard because people do not want to hear what the other side has to say. And the sad part about that is spreading more and more through society. You know, MK Mobile Gaming in the Philippines. Hello, what up, brothers? Good to see you here, man. Switzerland, easy. What you mean? What we need is more babies. Not everybody needs a baby though. So I shouldn't pack any long pants for Vietnam tea. Douglas Paxson says, without America economy, China's economy crashed. Like we're the biggest consumer. We are their biggest consumer. But I think without products from China, um, you know, the American people will pay much higher prices for goods. TJ says Thomas Marshall, not unless you're trying to lose a few pounds on waterways. So it's hot over there. LOL. Okay. Don't pack very much clothes because clothes are so cheap you'll buy a whole new wardrobe when you get to the East. Trump created chaos. Chaos he can't solve. Fascism. See, like Golden Gate. What's up, brother? Appreciate you being here. I'm not gonna change Golden Gate's mind right now. You know what I mean? By arguing with him. I'm not. I'm not even gonna try. Because if you could I'm not. I can't I don't know what else to say about that. I'm not gonna change that man's mind. And that's what I was saying about debating people, you know, is because if he feels that way about Trump, I don't think I'm gonna be the one to change his mind. So, a lot of people would still, hey, come up here, let's debate, solve nothing, you know. Miss Manny says when statistics saying more people are leaving the country, there's something wrong. Yeah. But are there really more people leaving the country? I gave a number. It absolutely is going up. It is. But there may be other factors in that, not just politics, you know. But when we start talking about leaving the country, it's always some crazy reason. It's never like a level-headed answer for me that I hear. It's always, oh, the West is falling. It's these complaints that if they really took the time to look around with the places they're going, they'll realize that the man that's in the same position that they were in the States is going through the same thing. I think so. You know, maybe not with the women, but I know like politics, corruption, all these things exist in other countries. You know, that's why I want one of you guys to come up here, especially you guys that are living overseas, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's talk. Let's talk, man. They tried to assassinate Trump 3 times. I know about two. I didn't hear about the third time. They did. US is lit, but I take any of three smug S countries: Singapore, Switzerland, Sweden over home. Yeah, I have to go. I have to get out there and see those places one day, man. I want to see a lot of places, man. You know, I want to see. I don't know about Switzerland. I do want to see a lot more places in the world, man. You know, like I said, I'm not coming. I'm not some ultra patriot either, man. I know there's problems. I know there's problems in America. You know, but I think we all have different reasons why we want to leave, man. Why do you want to leave, man? Or why did you leave, man? You know, is it something that was missing here that you found overseas? You know, are you running from something or are you running to something? Douglas Paxson says accidentally on purpose. MK says our politicians have better protection. No, they don't. Not really. Yeah, maybe federally, but not locally. Not somebody running for mayor, you know, mayor of a small town. They don't get shot and killed because they're running for mayor, you know, or the neighborhood. What we would call, I guess, what you would call um, barangay captain to me would be an alderman. We would call him an alderman, or some would call him like councilman or something like that. Yeah, the aldermen aren't getting killed here. Mayors aren't getting killed. You know, I'll buy some shirts and shorts when I'm going over there. And now, when you going to now, bro, and safe travels, man. If it's soon, Golden Gate is MK Mobile Gaming. What happened to Keno at the airport? He says, "Yeah, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Chinese people can handle their economy crashing way easier than Americans can. It can handle Americans crashing. Absolutely. Um, know nothing about China, but I know about Americans. We can't handle anything, to be honest. We can't. We can't handle anything. I think that we don't we don't recognize we don't recognize how entitled we are. We don't recognize, the privilege that we have, you know, especially when we're going abroad. You don't recognize it, man. How you could be barely making it here and then go overseas and be middle class, making the same amount of money, you know? And yeah, you appreciate the power of that greenback, you know, but you don't recognize do you recognize the struggles of the everyday man in these places that you're going? Like, do I want to do my job in the Philippines earning what a Filipino man would be earning? Ask yourself that. Like I said, I'm not here to bash anybody. I just want like people to I want to spark conversation. I want to like spark a little thought in your head, man. You know, because you got a lot of guys running around like bashing America, man. I made my video about America. I made my video about America. It is what it is. I didn't bash America. You know, I said what I thought was wrong with America. But nowadays, if you go online and you see and you type in, you go on YouTube and type in "Leave America," you'll see all type of shit. America's crumbling. Get out now. You know, they're gonna have travel bans on us. Get out of America now. I know there are some travel bans from other countries coming into the U.S., but I don't know about from America to the other countries. I don't know. I didn't hear that one. You know, like we're not going to be able to travel. You know, did someone try to pop Trump again? I don't know. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I heard about the two. I didn't hear about the third time. I agree with MK's closest cheapy here. Yeah. What's up, Golden Gate? And MK said, yeah, they shot him in the air. Then they tried to get him on a golf course. And then, I don't know. What's the other one, MK? He says, please don't make your live stream a political science class. It's definitely not going to be because I don't know that much about politics. And I follow politics a lot less than I used to. But I'm just trying to respond to you guys' comments. Honestly, I wanted people up here to come on. You know, last week TJ came on, MJ came on, and MK came on. We had good discussions. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna ask you guys some questions if you want to answer it, man. Um, what do you gain by leaving? What did you gain by leaving America or whatever other country you come from? And then I'll just keep going down there. Way better. Cisco, hey, my brother. Corey Moore says Cisco International. What's up, brother? I don't have any problems in the Philippines. I know you don't. Um, but why? What were you going through? What were you going through in America? What did you gain from moving there? You know what I mean? And not just the rhetoric or the talking points, like real life, man. And if you took your same salary and came back to the America, would you be able to be happy? You know, if you could get the same caliber woman in America, would you come back here? I don't know. I'm just asking questions, man. Because a lot of us are leaving for women. Cisco International says, "What up, Corey Moore?" TJ Johnson says, "JFC. At some point, my shit went back to the beginning." My replies probably sound lost as fuck. If you're going to choose a country, what country is the first and best option for you and why? Any country, honestly, is going to be right now where I'm at in life. Is going to be America for right now. And then if I leave right now, it would be the Philippines. You know, but I don't know if the Philippines is my final destination. I honestly don't. You know, it's a whole big world out there, man. And I want to see it and I want to experience it. Mm. Yeah, Alderman. Yeah, Alderman. Nam is getting more popular than the Philippines. I hear a lot of talk about Vietnam now. Clothes are, you know, Miss Manny says clothes are cheap and Shein best. CJ says, I don't think I've heard anyone call it Nam. I think that's an American thing. Yep. Americans can't handle the lights going out for a few hours. Facts. They'll be in an uproar. You know, I'll be leaving the 21st for 4 days. I gotta reset my visa. Yo, have fun out there, man. If you're gonna hook up with TJ, man, TJ's in Danang. Um, I think TJ needs his own show, man. He held it down for 4 hours. What's going on over here, then? We just having a conversation, man. I'm trying to get somebody up on the panel. So if you want to come up on the panel, so I invited a young man to come up. I don't know if he's gonna show up here, if he's in the bushes. I hope he shows up, man, because he's like red pill and he's like following a lot of these mongers channels and stuff. And I wanted to be able to get him up here amongst some grown men. So we could spit some game to him, not attack him or nothing like that. But yeah, he's 19. He's trying to travel the world, like go to these manga places and stuff like that. So he needs to be introduced to this community also. America loses a battle of wills against China. I think so. Two totally different systems. You know, they're not going to be putting the pressure on their government to you know to do anything the way we are. Panda in this MF. Good to see you here, Panda. I don't know who you are, but you're welcome here, man. He says, Mr. You wishes I always buy clothes online. Mall is expensive. Yeah, mall is expensive everywhere. Cisco says, Thomas, you're gonna have a great time, I bet. Yeah, I hope so. TJ says, Miss You Wish. Never. My girlfriend, my housekeeper used to love those little cells where it's like you can have whatever you can fit in this bag for X pesos. Welcome to the Philippines, Thomas. No, he's been in the Philippines. He lives in the Philippines. Thomas Marshall. Golden Gate, Thomas Marshall says, Golden Gate says Thomas Marshall, have a safe trip. Uh Miss Manny says, yeah, it seems like Mars is more quiet how it was before because online shops. Yeah, you seen my mall video, man. It's empty. And honestly, in West Hartford, it's not too far. There's a there's a more upscale mall. That mall is more busier though, but it's like all more upscale things in there, man. TG says my house keeper can fit like 7, 8 outfits into the cellophane. Thomas Marshall says, T, look at some of those Vietnam veterans talking about Vietnam. It's common as hell. My dad was a Vietnam vet. Never talked about it. Never. He never talked about his experience in Vietnam. But we did go to the Vietnam Memorial in DC, and that's the first and last time I ever seen him cry though. You know. TJ says, I get that, but that's American specific. Nobody else calls it that, much less in modern parlance. Yeah. Mr. West, TJ, Mr. West says, no, that's in Davao. Yeah, you're right. I'm kind of lost. Thomas Marshall says, Cisco, I'm going to try to make it fun. I want to try some different foods over there. Cisco says, if you're wealthy in local currency, just about any country, you're going to be fine, not just Philippines. America's too. Money solves a lot of problems. Yes. Money solves a lot of problems, man. You know, so if you guys could be rich, or if you could just be maybe upper middle class, would you move back here? That's for like Thomas Marshall, MK. I think I know TJ's answer. Um, if you can live a comparable life that you're living in the Philippines, would you move back here? Hot girl, the affordability. If you had the money to make your life that comfortable, you know, TJ says, my girlfriend used Lazada Shopee here for any shopping she can't do at Uniqlo. Cisco says, I'm jealous, bro. I love to go some days too. Someday soon. He's talking about Vietnam. Miss You Wish says, what is your favorite food in Asian cuisine? Who, me? I'll come back to that question. I don't know. I'm not a big foodie. I'm not a big foodie at all. Frank Tate says, I've been in the Philippines for 6 years and I have never had the police to stop me. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. But in my city, they don't really mess with us. Yeah. I don't know. Along the way, somewhere it changed. I used to get in a lot of trouble in my teens. Ever since I like straightened that out, they don't bother us, man. Here they don't, but I'm in the Northeast. Mm. We need a TJ meetup in Tennessee. They want you to blow that bag again, TJ, like you did at Deval, man. I was watching that on live, man. I had a smile on my face watching on live almost the whole time. Man. No, that wasn't the live one. That was the one I think Michael Beecher Life was recording. Yeah, that whole video, like the after video, I was just smiling, man. Thomas Marshall says, it's been on my bucket list ever since my brother came back with PTSD and passed away last year, man. Oh, I didn't, sorry to hear that, man. I didn't know your brother passed away. TG says, nah, brother, you need a show. I need to avoid anything that adds a scheduled event to my life. You need a show. I don't, man. Honestly, this YouTube stuff, man. Like, I'm still editing like one long ass video, man. And the amount of time I'm putting into it, you know, it's getting to the point where it's like, damn, this shit ain't even worth it. Putting all this time into it, but I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna upload it. Miss Manny says TJ Johnson, the prices are quite cheaper compared to malls. Meanwhile, same items. Yeah. MJ says women are the biggest factor, really. I think it is, man. I didn't think so at first. I didn't think so at first, but you know, the more and more you watch and listen and talk to people, you realize it's like, damn, I thought we was, you know, thought we was better than that, man, to be honest, man. Can't be all about the women. Not for me. Not my opinion. It shouldn't be, but Cisco says, gotta drive now. Y'all take care. Peace out, Cisco, man. I appreciate you, man. You're always showing love, man. I'm gonna show it back to you. Be safe out there, man. Puts, what up, bro? It's good to see you here, man. The other half, my favorite YouTube channel, puts on boots. Puts says, damn it, can't sleep without Manny beside me. Yeah. Good to see you here, man. Miss Manny says, drive safe, Cisco. Thomas Marshall, take care, Cisco. She laughing at you, bro. Go watch from the bed. Or no, but needs your sleep probably. I don't know. TJ says Golden Gate. Y'all can also just visit. As long as I'm not on a visa or US run, I'm always happy to show y'all around, man. That's what this community is about, man. That's what I love about this community here, man. That's from Sunshine Shoulders community, man. Miss US says, sorry for your loss, Thomas. And she also says, later, Cisco. What? Goldie Morgan? That's an inside joke, I think. I don't know. Oh man, Goldie Morgan so early now. I don't know what that means. I need a translator. I need a translator. I must be dreaming still. I didn't leave because of money. I left for freedom. Yeah, but what does that consist of, man? It's easy to just say freedom, you know. I know you've explained it on your channel, so Miss Wishy says Blizz is very important too, as he has been so kind and nice to our very humble community. Yeah, I love the communities that I'm in. I love them, man. Like I have fun. There's some spaces I go. I don't really say much. I don't talk. I just watch. But then if I'm interacting, and I support everywhere I go. You know, but yeah, you guys have welcomed me in, and I appreciate that, man. There you go. Thank you, bro. I left. MK says I left for religious freedom. Now, that's a different thing, you know, because I've watched your streams. Some of them, not all of them, but I've watched you enough to know like where you be coming from, you know. Miss Manny says you didn't leave for a woman at MK. TJ says I can live a comparable life, but the price markup is insane. Yeah, yeah. OG make fire good. Welcome. Welcome to my channel, man. He says things will get better. I believe they will. I don't believe it's the end of the world, or the sky is falling, or America is doomed, or it's a wasteland. I don't believe that, man. We've been through so many ups and downs, man. You know, people are acting like the Great Depression is here again, you know. And I push back against that all the time, though. Like the just going to the extremes with everything every time, man. It's not just politics; it's with everything. MK says, "I left to be free. I left to be free, to be the man that God made me to be." TJ says, "I had a $3,500 apartment a month apartment in Brooklyn. Cute girlfriend was thinking of turning in my commuter pass for a Porsche. Yeah, you still chose to leave. See. I had you, man. When I had you, I should have got you right there. I should have turned that into an interview. Honestly, if you're interested, maybe we could do that one day. It doesn't have to be on a live or nothing. So, yeah, it's out there. It's on the yeah, you could get it. Yeah, you would be an interesting story, man. Like I would love to have that young guy, what's his name? Black Tiger X. Talk to somebody like you. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's what these kids need, man. And they're not getting a lot of information on it from social media nowadays, man. Miss You Wish says that is a good question. Best for MK. Yeah. If you don't have a MK says if you don't have a purpose or reason to leave other than women, you probably won't be successful outside the West. I agree. Absolutely agree. Put says MK in the building. TJ Johnson says, then the pandemic happened. And I was like, oh man, I kind of hate it here. The pandemic was rough, man. There was some good parts in it for me. Not, I know a lot of people lost their lives, and I'm saying, that's the sad part. But the solitude, man, because like I said, I worked every day through the pandemic, you know, so it was nothing. Like shutdown didn't shut anything down for me. But some of that solitude, man, like being outside in the beginning, it was kind of like Twilight Zone, in the beginning, because nobody was out. Everybody was scared. Then they started to come back out. Some people didn't give a damn about a lockdown, where I live at, but it came back slowly, you know. But, for, I had my old job at that point and I was traveling all around the state, going from place to place. And just to see like the highways empty, downtown's empty, you know, crazy. Felt weird. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. Yeah. So that was for a person like me that likes solitude, that was kind of like, and I ain't gonna lie, I like that part. MK says Rachel is my helpmate and she helps me maintain my freedom from the West. So religious freedom. She helps you maintain your religious freedom. Because there's something else in there too, man. You know, Thomas says initially the women are the attraction, but you get used to seeing pretty women all the time. There's a lot of pretty women here. There's beautiful women here, bro. Beautiful. You know what I mean? And looks. There's some here in attitude and too. I don't it's beautiful women and it's good women here, man. In the United States, man. I'm not saying that they're on I can't tell you what percentage, but I could tell you that there are good women here in the States, you know, and if you don't want them, you don't want them. I don't care. But they are here. We act like they're not, but and that also means that just because you go overseas, every woman is good overseas. Nah, we hear the stories. We know. You know what's going on. Maybe it's a higher percentage of them there though. You know. Put says MK got his story on his channel. He's on a mission. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean it too though. You know, I know she means it too. Password says, of course it's the women. Where else can you go and feel like you're 25 to 35? People that want to estimate that feeling. To lose it and to get it back again is a great feeling. Thank you. I think too far. Thank you. Pop, pop. Of course, it's the. Let me read this one again. Where else can you go and feel like you're 25 to 35 again? I don't know, man. You can hit the lotto here in America. But I think that's what happens when you go overseas, man. When you go overseas, you automatically jump up on the totem pole. I said that before, you know. And some guys take advantage of it. Some guys just go and they live their life. But in all that, are we showing appreciation for how we got there? Yeah, you got it on your own, whatever. But you had no choice in the matter to where you were born, you know. But you get to decide where you want to live your life, you know. You get to decide where you want to live your life, why, what your pursuits are. You know, nobody can decide that. Should be shaming anybody for that because that's not what I want to do. But I just want to have conversations because there are people looking at us, especially if we're on the internet talking. You know, there are young people. I care about the next generation more than I care about the one that went ahead of me. You know, and that's just honest because I work with those kids, man. And when I start seeing them, when I start seeing them echoing some of these talking points, you know, it gets to me because they haven't even lived yet. To hear a 19-year-old that's never had a real relationship, you know, complaining about women in the West, you know, that's why I invited that kid up here, man. You know, I mean, not I didn't actually email him and send him out an invite. We were in a different chat, you know, and it's just sad because he's listening to honestly the red pill. You know, that's my beef with the red pill. That's my beef right there with the red pill. It's like you are talking to people, telling them things that one you probably never experienced, and then on the other hand, they're listening and they're taking your word for gospel. You know, and they haven't even experienced anything in life. You know, he's ready to give up on the West. You're 19, like Black Tiger X. I hope you're in the bushes, man. I hope you'll watch this one day, man. Come here and have a conversation with us, man. Grown men, you know. Good morning. In one of these knockoff German, TJ says, I've been doing this since before I was 25 to 35. I was chasing the check before I learned about A fans. Password says, I can't text and drive. Nothing is coming through correctly. Don't text and drive, man. Don't text and drive. It's illegal. It's illegal here in Connecticut. But some boo says, LOL, TJ. Miss Manny says, don't forget to give Blizzard a thumbs up. Please give me a thumbs up, man. Everybody hit that like button, man. I appreciate it. I can't see how many is there, but I would appreciate that, man, if you guys do that for me. TJ, Miss Wisher, TJ, yo, we need you up in the panel. Yeah, let's go. I need somebody up here, man. I don't need it, but this is what I want to do. Maybe I got to do some more ahead of time to be able to get a panel together. If I have to do that, I will. You know, that's fine too. Why should I struggle in the States and live great in Asia? What do you mean? Why should you struggle in the state if you live great in Asia? I'm not saying nobody has to struggle, you know. I'm just saying that what we don't hear, and I don't know you personally because you're not a content creator, you're not putting out content. But what we don't hear is that an appreciation for where we came from. You know, you don't hear it, man. I'm sorry. You know, you hear like the one line in there. Oh, but I love America. But this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's all one sided, man. That's the trend nowadays, though. That's why I'm bringing this up. It is a trend to get on here and make a video about America, man. Like we've seen it, you know. And for some, I understand where they're coming from because they've told us their story, you know. They've told us their story and why they had to leave America, or they felt like they had to leave America. But some of them, it's just you can tell, like it's just the video to make now, you know, especially since Trump is in office. You know, I wouldn't say struggle anywhere. I say, man, follow wherever you want to go, go. As long as you're, you know, hopefully you'll be safe, you know, and you'll be, you know, you won't be hurting anybody or anything like that. But you know, I don't tell anybody where to go. But some who says passport X, yeah, that speech to text stuff in the car never works for me either. Fox you says problem is there is nowhere better. It depends what you're looking for, I think. What are you looking for? You know, CJ Johnson said, now I wish we need you in here. There's a million brothers in Expat Alley that have some semblance of my story. Filipinos that could give us the nitty gritty on somewhere almost none of us have been. Yes. That's why I want to do a real collab with Miss Manny. Not just a live stream or nothing. I'm gonna reach out to you guys. Because I think you, Miss Manny, is really like passionate about Filipinas and telling their story. I see it. I've seen it come out when certain topics come up, you know, and like we're gonna do something soon. Absolutely. And then Miss Wishy, we got to do something too. Like I don't want to just I like doing live streams and stuff, but when I think about collabing, I think about something like specific and like structured type of thing. You know. This meaning says LOL put some boost you in the car GPS argument. I've been there before. MK said he's in the back room. Oh, yeah, I hope nobody else been sent back there. I haven't seen. I don't see you, bro. I don't see you, man. I'm dropping again. I didn't see anybody back there. I didn't see it down here. Anybody on? This is MK knocking on the door. Puts on boost says, shit, Manny triggering man versus machine rap battle flashbacks. That was supposed to say that's true, T. The more women from the better for the guys to learn from. Yeah, but the real shit, man. Like how they really feel, not just advocating for the men on the men's behalf, you know. I think we need more of that, you know. But the problem is that if you get the Filipino up here that's gonna tell you the real deal from their perspective, you know, those guys aren't gonna click on it, you know, and that's the problem. You know, we're being advocated to so much. but that's where the money's at. So I don't blame people for getting the bag either. Though. Miss Jewett says your story seems interesting, TJ. It does. I think it will help young men. That's why I suggested it. You know, it's why we need you in the panel. I'll be here in the chat, TJ. How about learning from men? I think the men are gonna tell the story a certain way, you know. But I think what we see is, you know, everybody just advocating to one side, though. You know what I mean? And where if I collab with you, Miss Manning, it would go the other way. I think we would advocate or we would speak to the Filipina. You know what I mean? More so because every video is, you know, it's geared to Western men. Not every video. Not obviously not every video. I mean in this side of the internet that I'm coming from, you know, what we watch. So Thomas Marshall says, of course they have beautiful, respectful women in the States. I was born and raised in the state. Yes, yes. But for some reason, you know, I think that gender war is blown out of proportion. I think it is because I'm outside every day. You know, obviously I don't go to the clubs and all that stuff, but I think it's overblown. I think it's a lot of talking points, and honestly, I don't hear it as much as I was before. I don't know if you guys do. This gender war stuff is still going on, but it's just not being pushed as much as it was before. You know, but we do hear the guys saying that there's no good women in the West, and they wouldn't date. I wouldn't dare date a Western woman, and local. So it says local men in the Philippines are the ultimate guides in the Philippines. No distractions. DJ says, "Yeah, that's crazy work." I don't think I'm ever gonna catch up with this chat. How about us learning from each other? I agree, but I still think it's one way when if you're in America, if you're a man in America, you got the Western man in and you're looking at the Philippines. You got the Western man in the Philippines advocating for you, and you got the Filipinas advocating for you. You know what I mean? It's both sides. You don't really got anybody on the other side saying, "Hey, this is what you need to watch out for these Western guys. They do this, they do that, or this is what you should look for in a Western man." You don't see those videos. You know, somebody suggested that I start doing it, but I was like, I'm not doing that. But they will get you drunk. Somebody offered me some trees over there, man, and I was recording. Got him, got him on video. I clipped it out, but it's like crazy, bro. I don't want that around me. Miss Meany says women learn from men too, but only to the right kind of men. There's a lot of scumbags and red pill wannabes. Yeah, there's a lot of BS going on, you know. And we're not all good men, and we know that. We know we're not all good men. We know the guys that we don't like. You know what I mean? And they're going over there too. You know. Teacher says these cats have the internet in their ear all day. They don't get to form their own opinions of human interactions in a relative vacuum like we might have. Yo, this is like crazy. Something that we didn't have to experience this growing up. We didn't have a choice. Like, you know, you got kicked out the house, man, and the door got locked. You had to play outside. You know, so like I remember the one phone in the house with the cord that was like stretched from the kitchen to, that was our house. You know what I mean? That cord stretched. You could bring that cord in every room, man. That cord was so long. Like if you wanted to learn something, you had to actually pick up either a encyclopedia or a dictionary. You know, so it's a different world we live in, man. And you only have to hear what you want to hear nowadays. You know, you don't ever have to hear the other side because you just don't click on it. But it's also scary, like when you hear these young people, both sides, man, because young women too are getting fed up the wrong message. MK says, "Okay, I got to go back to work now. Y'all have a good day at work, man." Put some boost says, "Yes, Thomas." MK says, "I just want to say it's too much temptation out here. So if women is reason you're going to fail miserably. Yeah, and especially if you got no dick discipline either, you know." So some people says, I agree, TJ, it's become an echo chamber, a huge echo chamber. But there's is echo chambers. Oops, sorry about that. There's echo chambers everywhere now, though. You know what I mean? Everywhere. In every genre, there's an echo chamber, echo chamber. You know? MK says that's true. Put says, Put says, MK, that's true. Put says there's way more about Asia than just women. Everywhere. Anywhere you go, like there's gonna be way more about women. Way more than just about the women. But some people are just hyper focused on that, man. Passport X, I see you in the back, bro. I'm about to bring you up now, man. You there? Can you hear me?
Yo,
Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
How you doing, man? How you doing? Yeah, I hear you fine.
I'm on the road, so I can't really click the light off, keep the light on, but I'll give you a quick view so you know it's me. So, but yeah, man, just calling this, say what's up, seeing
Hey, I
how
appreciate that,
everybody's
man.
doing. I want to ask you,
Everybody do, but
like when it comes to the Philippines, what I was trying to say is, like you have guys, say like myself, I'm 55 now. When I was in my 20s and 30s, you're enjoying life. Everything is great. I mean, you got the nice honeys, and when you get older into your 40s, you kind of mellow out. Then you get into your 50s. Now, even if you can, like I can still shoot my shot at any honey and still get them interested, but when they find out you're 55, they look at it different. Even though I look much younger than that, I'm still 55. But when you go to places like South America or the Philippines, you get that feeling like you're back in your 20s and 30s. And I think that's more of the case than guys just going over there just wanting a young girl just to have a young girl. I just think that you know that when they're 55 and they meet a girl who's 30. You just don't really get that in America unless you're wealthy. What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, to get that in America, you gotta be a certain type of man. I think you gotta have money, or you gotta have a lot of game. 'Cause I see it happen. I know a couple of people that are in age gap relationships here, in America, but they're not rich. They just got game, but that's rare. It's rare. But if you want to, I was listening to this guy and he said it in a disrespectful way. He said BBE. He's called it BBE. I got what he was trying to say. He said it's bad bitch energy. That girl that she the shit and she knows she the shit. And that's a feeling that when you're walking and you're getting that attention, you know what I mean? Like you're sought after. You're not invisible. Everybody sees you. Is that the feeling that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Like you can say, like I'm an OG now, right? But I'm just keeping it 100. I mean, I got bad chicks now. I always had bad chicks, but it comes a time when you go from being a superstar to like, okay, you just an older guy now. And sometimes if you get that I would say that dose of, you can even say adrenaline or whatever, that you like, man, I got all these younger chicks hollering at me again. It kind of it kind of makes you get that feeling you used to have. You get that shot of dopamine. You get that feeling you used to have back when you were in your mid 20s, early 30s. And I think some guys are
Yeah,
looking for that, and some guys are just looking to get it for the first time ever.
yeah. I think it's a little both, right? It's, some guys have never had that feeling ever, you know, like you just said, and then some guys want it back. But what we used to see, what I see my elders do when they got to that age, they went out and bought like a Cadillac or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, went out and got them a brand new Cadillac or something. And now we're going overseas. But I'm not saying it's right or wrong, you know. I'm just saying that is it you think that those are the guys that run into problems more? The guys just that are like thirsty and just going over there for that?
Yeah, I think if you really don't have any, if you don't have any, if you really don't have experience, I don't really like to use the term game, but it is what it is. If you really don't have game, I mean, you can, be susceptible to getting taken advantage of, and even guys with game, if it's been a long time since they had a cutie and they get this like superstar looking girl looking at them with puppy dog eyes, even they can fall off into a
In 6.1 miles,
into
continue
some
to
type
exit
some type
141
of
and I-95
trance.
north toward Fayetteville.
Sorry about that. Some type of trance where the Filipina is like, she's like the mermaid. She's like a siren, man. They just call these dudes and they don't know how to act anymore. But that can happen in South America as well. It just depends on the
I
guy.
don't even think it's the destination that matter. I don't think it's the destination that matter. Shit, it can happen here in the States, you
Yeah,
know.
it can happen here in
I
the
remember the
States.
video Calvin that did with the guy. Where was he at? In Vegas or something? That happened right here in the States. But he let his guard down. He wasn't moving properly, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you talking about Shannon
The guy
Sharp.
that no, 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 no. Calvin Sunshine Shoulders had did that a video with the guy in Vegas. and he got taken advantage of, and she took like his house and all that, his apartment or whatever. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Uh,
But
yeah,
yeah,
that
that
can
happened right here in
happen.
the States. So it can happen in the States. It can happen abroad. If I just think that it has to be, for me, my opinion, it has to be more than just a woman. It has to be. It has to be more than just that feeling of wanting to be or to feel special, because now you're leaving yourself open to manipulation, man. Especially if anybody can give you that feeling, you know.
Yeah,
If
that's
all it
true. But
takes is me if all it takes is a female batting their eyes at you, like that's all it takes. You in for a rough road, man. You know.
that's why so many
But
guys
that's
get
what's
caught
my
out there.
opinion.
But that's why so many guys get caught out there, because you and I, we can think one way, whether you came up in the hood or you lived a life. But some guys really never even had a girlfriend, or they might only have one girlfriend in their entire life. So we can't really see it like they see it. We just look at it totally different. That's why I understand how some guys get caught out there.
Yeah, I was talking to this kid at work, man, and he was just like, Liz, nobody, my father never told me this. Like, my father never talked to me the way like you talk to me, man. And I don't think I didn't ask him outright, but I don't think he's ever had a girlfriend. You know, it's just like, I get it, but it seems to some people, it seems so easy, you know. And I admit that I be having to check myself sometimes, you know. Like, some people just don't have these experiences. Some people, you know, like you said, they never had a long-term relationship. But at the same time, if you never had that long-term relationship, how do you know what it's like? You know,
But
how do you
you
even
yourself,
have an opinion on it? You know,
you're in your early 40s, right?
yeah, I'm 46.
Well, 46. All right, so you still in your 40s. 46 and say 55, 56, you're gonna see is a big difference. So if you're 55 to say 60, and you still never really had a relationship, when you hear about places like the Philippines or Thailand or Colombia, and you hear about the beautiful women, then you see videos. Yeah, it gets in these guys' heads like, oh, that could be me. So, yeah, it's about the woman, but I don't blame a guy
In 1
or
mile, use the left 2 lanes to continue to
I
exit
don't blame a guy
141
or
in
think a guy
I-95 north toward Fayetteville.
I don't think a guy is bad for going over there in his, how Calvin says, in his fourth quarter to try to find some type of happiness that he's never had his entire life, even if he does have to spend
yeah, I
some
agree.
paper to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I always say, follow your path, whatever that path is. Follow, if that's your happiness, follow it. But when those guys get over there and they get taken advantage of, you know, then who's the ones clowning them?
Continue to exit
We help them,
141
but we
in
be clowning them too. You know
I-95
what I
north
mean?
toward Fayetteville.
If they're lucky enough, you know, a lot of the men ain't even gonna come forward and let anybody know that they got taken advantage of. So I just think I'd rather advocate against it, but then to support um the person's choice individually,
Yeah,
because it's a
yeah, I
rough world out
understand.
there, man.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, I'd rather a person take a shot at happiness than just continue to always wonder or woulda, coulda, shoulda, because hey, you never know how long you got it. If you never had a chance of happiness, you never had a good looking girl, you never
In 2.5 miles,
you never
take
knew what it
exit
was.
157, US 76 toward Timmonsville, Florence.
You never knew what it was for a woman to cater to you. Hey, if now you can't be stupid when you do things, and it's always gonna, no matter where you are, here, there, there's always gonna be somebody that's gonna get taken advantage of. You don't have to go to the Philippines for that. That happens right here in America, all day, every day. But I still think I'm not gonna afford a guy who would go over there and say or put him down because he's 60 years old and he's dating a 30-year-old or 35-year-old woman that he feels is a dime piece, and people are saying, "Oh, he's getting taken for his money." Well, anywhere you go, you got to spend money. That's just how it is. That's why I always think that argument is ridiculous. Because if you got a woman and you're a good man, you're gonna take care of her regardless.
What about the old guys around the 60 and 70-year-old age, but they're dating
Keep the
like the
right lane heading
18 and
west.
19-year-olds? What do y'all think about that?
60.
Catch
I
that.
mean, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it personally.
Kind of gross, ain't it?
That's it.
I think it's kind
But it
of
is what it
border.
is.
It
Yeah,
is.
I don't agree. I don't agree with
If
somebody
it's
60
honestly, if it's not
with
against the,
but I mean, it
I don't
is what
agree
it
with it
is.
personally. But if it's not illegal, what can I say about it? You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
I'm sorry,
yeah,
I gotta catch up on this chat real quick
I've always
before I
thought
get
that was
roasted. Give me
strange.
1 second, man. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up on some of this chat because Icy gonna roast me. So he says, I wonder if I'll still be here when Bliss catch up. So tell him I said hi. No, I seen you. I waved to you, Icy, when you came in. Miss Manny says, I think the host want to leave US and will stay in the Philippines and enjoy more meats. The host? Me? I don't eat pork. Eric, he had an earlier comment about the Second Amendment and all that. So he says, I'm serious without those basic freedoms. Why I moved there, you can get an Eastern woman to move to America with you. I'm just gonna get a couple of these in, man. Try to catch up, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think not because you want to live somewhere means that you hate your own country. Sometimes home is where the heart is. Any thoughts? That's true. Sometimes it doesn't mean that just because you want to leave, you hate your country. But what I'm saying is that we are seeing a lot of it's like a new trend. This is like a new trend to make the
You know,
videos. America is falling. Get out now. You know, travel bans are coming.
even
You know, that type of videos is cringy. So
even with the few I know you quoted, like
give me a
there's like
couple
a
more.
oh you get a few.
Yeah. Because I'm way behind in the chat. Sometimes you need a change. You gotta live your life to the
Mhm.
fullest. You only get one chance. That's true. But you better make it worth it. So do it strategically though. Do it strategically, man. We've seen the guys selling their house, moving overseas. They don't even have a plan. We've seen these stories, man. And the thing about the woman is like I wouldn't do anything just based on a woman being there. That's just me personally. Like I think what if I move to the Philippines, I sell everything, move to the Philippines for a woman and a relationship doesn't work out. You know, I don't get that. Like that's always a possibility. That will always be in my mind if I made a decision like that. I don't think I could
Mhm.
do it. Do any of us want to know a gun just ain't that important for me. It's just true that icy on YouTube. Many Queen Wishy, why aren't you up there? I think home is wherever the people you love are, so why not import everyone? You can't. I don't know about that, bro. Import everyone. Deport everyone to the country with the most freedoms. I don't know what you mean. Just open the borders. That don't make sense.
That's
How many
crazy.
countries have you been to?
Huh.
And or your lease? What time is it travels is here? I never left America specifically because you can't carry guns in any other country. So that's
No.
all you care about is carrying guns. Like, it's much more to life. I appreciate the Second Amendment, but it's much more to life than that. This is a good stream. Icy Koi can't mess. Eric Vessels, I've been all around America, but I won't go anywhere where I can't carry my weapons with me. What's up, brother? What's up? My mom couldn't wait for me to go out when I was a kid. Me too. They used to lock us out, man. All right, so respectfully, your opinion is fairly low. TJ found him one in the chat. All right, so there's some back and forth in the chat. I want to catch up,
Mhm.
but there's so many comments here, man. I appreciate you guys commenting. Um,
Mhm.
honestly, I'm gonna have to do one. I'm gonna have to skip down because there's probably some questions for the guys on the panel. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm gonna skip down a little bit, and then
Oh man, you
go
got that
ahead,
many
bro.
comments, huh?
Go ahead, bro. What was you gonna say, MJ?
Oh no, no, I know you made a comment, man. I know earlier about the whole. I think you said about a couple 100,000 people you leave the U.S. a year or something like that. But I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
tried to
that's
research it, man, but it's hard.
yeah, that's very minimal though, man, compared to how many people actually immigrate to the U.S. every year. And oh, that's very minimal. I mean, there's way more people coming to the
Yeah, I don't know
U.S.
how they
than
did. I think
leaving.
they did it by. I think they do it on like a yearly basis. I don't know how they do it. It's just
And most
uh it's hard. It would be hard to calculate. Like,
And man, it's most of the people I've met them, older couples too. It's usually older couples and they have problems paying for. Usually it's like a healthcare thing. Their healthcare costs might be a little bit too high or something. So, they leave and they go to the Philippines or wherever, man. But I don't know.
yeah, and
I mean, I
we gotta remember, man. Like, it's just not. People aren't just going to the Philippines. They're going all over the world.
no,
They're
but I
going to
mean, yeah, they're
going
going all over
to
the world, but
South America.
there's only a few places that are affordable to the American traveling. Like, so the Philippines is one, but you could go to Portugal. Portugal is extremely cheap, man, to live. Matter of fact, Portugal is probably cheaper than the Philippines, but Portugal don't got that woman factor, man. So guys don't go there too much. Spain's cheap. Spain's really cheap to live, man. Um,
Yeah, but a lot of people, a lot of Americans moving to Mexico.
Mexico, but Mexico's not cheap like it used to be, man. Like I'm from California, man, so I remember going to Mexico all the time, man, growing up. But Mexico's not only that though, to be honest, man. And coming from, I'm a Mexican I'm an American of Mexican descent, but Mexico's really dangerous, man. Mexico's extremely dangerous.
I want to see the answer to this question. Eric, how many guns do you have? Will you allow your woman to try your gun? I want to see the answer to that. EC Luano says, "Yo, Blizzy, would it be for you to move? It should be for you first, always. Yeah, but that's not for everybody. Doesn't move that way, man. Like, some people are moving for women. Like, comment over. Absolutely, man. But it's hard for me. Like, when I have somebody up here, I want to listen to what they're saying, and I got to get
um,
better at that. When to jump in and when to not
I
jump
mean, sure, there's more. Most guys that move, I mean, they may tell you something different, bro. Most guys going to the Philippines is for women, not for the food. The Filipino food's all right, but I mean, a lot of other countries are known. I mean, so when you're talking about going to the Philippines, my travels to the Philippines, most guys are going there for the women. I would probably say 80 to 85% of the guys going to the Philippines is because of the women, man. It's nothing else. There's a lot of lonely dudes out there. Oh, I've met tons of lonely guys, man, in the Philippines. Never had none in their life. You could tell by just chopping it up with these dudes, man. You could tell they've lived very I don't know, sheltered lives, or they're just shut-ins, or but man, you see them a lot in the
But
Philippines, man. You see a lot of them, man.
it is what it is. There's nothing wrong with it's nothing wrong with not having that experience. It's when some people when they start following the wrong people and they're getting the wrong message, that's where it gets to me. But we're always gonna have socially awkward people, you know,
Yeah, but you know
or
what?
some
I
kind
tell
of you never know what's going on in there.
I do tell people though, if they've been like that in the U.S., don't think it's gonna get better if you're gonna move to the Philippines or wherever. It's gonna be even worse, man, because now you're vulnerable. You're out in another country. It's not your own country, and people are gonna take advantage of that. So they need to fix themselves first before traveling. That's what I always say.
Eric Bass says, I would say age difference completely stops mattering after you reach 100. If you're 100 and she's 70, nobody cares. I get what you're trying to say. That 30 year, that 30-year age gap. So a 19-year-old and a 49-year-old, when they get old, like nobody's gonna care. But people do care. People have an opinion on it when it's a 90-year-old and a 60-year-old. People absolutely do. But who gives a fuck about my opinion? You know what I mean? You think those people really care what the hell Blizz thinks? Like
You
they're living their
never
life,
know.
man.
Hey,
Like I say,
hey.
is I don't know. Like I said, for me, I wouldn't do it, but I can't tell anybody else not to do it. Shit, I'm not even a mandated reporter no more. I used to be a mandated reporter. As of this year, I'm not. So, but
Uh,
that's not illegal anyway.
no, but
That age gap
no, it's
argument,
not
man, I
illegal.
don't know. It's just people
I
trying
mean,
to, yeah, it's just people trying to enforce their standards onto other people. And you can't do that.
I don't think people are trying to enforce their standards. I just think they like to talk about their standards. I don't think
They,
a lot of people are out there. You must do this, and I don't think people are out there doing that. I mean,
No, they're just shaming them though. They're shaming them. That's it. That's another that's another
well,
way of trying to force somebody to do something when you can't actually force them to do
well, it could be shaming or tough love.
something.
I mean, I believe in tough love, man. Sometimes that's the only way people learn. I'm old school like that. I think a lot of more people need tough love in the U.S., man, because the way this
She likes
generation
drugs
is,
because she's into bad boys.
hey, the
if
way
you
the
got
way
a
this.
if you got a
Go ahead.
50-year-old guy dating a 19-year-old in the Philippines, they don't care about anybody's tough love. He's dating a hot, he's dating a hot 19-year-old. I won't even waste energy on that.
I love the chances. Portugal is a great country, but the language is difficult to learn. I love their food and wine, though.
And that's why a lot of people see. That's the thing about the Philippines. If is because everybody speaks English there. If if a lot of other countries were like that, where everybody spoke English, I don't know. You might not have seen a lot of people going to the Philippines. You might see other countries being visited, but that's the main thing, man. It's the English. It's the English factor, man.
In
For
1
me,
mile, use the right lane.
it's me. You definitely could get this every service you need. Anything you need, you can get. But like I was saying before, like when I first went, I was looking at I had an app and I had Tagalog on it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to learn
Mhm.
a little words here and there. But then I ended up going to Cebu. So it's like
Yeah.
it's
Now,
totally different, man.
yeah.
So,
But you know what though? But you don't need to
but
speak.
I've seen
But you
some
don't.
people that can't. Yeah,
You don't need. You don't need to speak. But that's the
your
good thing
girl
about the
from the
Philippines. That's a good thing, man. You don't ever being in the Philippines. If you move there, you don't ever need to speak their language. Living there, there's guys have
but
been there
your
30,
wife, is
40.
she from the province? Is
She's from the
your wife
province.
family from the province?
She's from the province. Yeah.
And how do her how good do they how good does her parents speak English?
Speak English? Hardly any.
That's what I was
Hardly
thinking.
any.
Like that's when you're
Yeah.
gonna need to know something, you know.
Yeah, but I mean,
The mo-
but really, I mean, she translates. But for the most part, man, you don't need now. Like when I lived in Japan, was a different story. You know what I mean? Um, Japan is very hard to get around. You need to learn Japanese. Completely different. Hardly anybody speaks English there. At least when I was there. You know what I mean? And I lived there 2 years, and yeah, it's hard to get around it in Japan.
Felipe G says Spain is cheap. My relative says it's not anymore. I don't think prices are going up everywhere though. I don't know. I don't know about Spain. I know I don't want to go there personally, but
Yeah, Spain.
Spain
Yeah,
says
it's not.
nothing's cheap anymore. Eric Bass says if you make it to 100, you're allowed to be with every city in your city. What? Every citizen in your city, no holds barred. LOL. Oh, he's got jokes. He's funny though. Spain stopped being cheap about 15 years ago. Sadly, she says if you're with a 100-year-old, they'll say you're the caregiver. Yeah, then
Oh
they'll say it's
shit!
elder abuse. You know, it'd be the
Spain is
opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Spain is a lot cheaper than the U.S. I'll tell you that. So is Portugal. I mean, they
You need
say
to
it's
be
not
in a
cheap,
wheelchair with your guns.
but a lot of these places are still a lot cheaper than America.
Go find one in Barcelona. Sucks. Hala Madrid. That thinks Spain is
Barcelona,
cheap. Yeah.
Spain's not
I find
very.
someone in Barcelona that thinks Spain is cheap.
Yeah,
Is Spain friendly to foreigners now, or are they still wilding over there?
I don't.
You were wilding about with the tourists. I know they with the tourists. They even see the videos of them like shooting tourists with the water guns and stuff, and telling them to get out.
Really. I know they do that running of the
Yeah,
bulls,
I
man.
don't agree with the shelter kind of boots kind of
I've
stuff.
always wanted to do that running of the bulls there.
Yeah, I got no. I don't know something about Europe. I'm just not interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know I said that last week. I think it's just not interested at all, man. Maybe when I, see some other places, more places.
What countries have been to, man?
How far you get? I've only been to the Philippines, man. That's why I said I'm not going back next year. I don't think I'm going back next year. I got a trip coming up. It's gonna be,
You got
yeah.
tired of it, huh? You're tired of it already, huh?
Nah, I'm not tired of it. It's just that
Come
I
on, it got boring after a while. I bet
gotta
there. How long were you there for?
not 2 weeks, 2 weeks and 2 weeks. But
Oh
I'll
yeah,
be moving
no.
around, man. I'm like 3 days
Yeah,
here, 3 days on this
even if
island, 3 days on that island.
yeah,
Like,
but I like you stay there. Try to do like if you go there, man. Try to do like 3 straight months. It get even if you're moving island to island, you go to one island, you've seen them all, bro. It's yeah, it gets a little boring there, man.
the way my job is, that ain't happening.
I mean, you seen one
I
white
have fun
sand
though.
beach, you seen them all, bro. It's not, they sell a little coconut juice on the beach, and yeah, you see they have people doing the massages, I mean, it's
But if that's your thing, then that's your thing. Some people are beach people. They don't care. Like I'm
yeah,
more
yeah,
of
yeah.
a like mountain person.
Well, that's where my wife's from, man. She's from the mountainous regions, man, in the province, man. I'm in the sticks. Yeah,
He
it's
tastes as there's peace here in the Philippines. It is, but and I agree because that's what he went there looking for, and he found it. You know, so he's in his spot. I think he's good in the Philippines. But like I said, then there's people like I'm not saying I won't. I'm not saying I'm not going back to the Philippines. I said next year for my.
Hey,
I think
Blizzard
it'd be 3
abroad.
weeks next year, but I don't. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. What you say?
Travel up 84 west. If you get some time, travel west to a little town called Beacon, New York. Just walk around, man. You probably like it. It's like a little peaceful town, 2 hours from where you at.
In New York. I probably drove by there before. Yeah, I've drove 84 into PA, so maybe I'll make a note of that. Beacon, New York.
Yeah, a lot of people from the
Felipe,
city go
you
there and
didn't
they
know
just,
Felipe has Spanish roots?
you know,
Is there like a big lake in Beacon, New York?
Hey, bro,
uh,
I'm about to hit the sack, man. I'll talk to you later, bro. Thanks for having me on. Later, guy.
All right, bro. Thanks for coming on. You
Yep.
welcome anytime,
Yep.
man.
Yeah, man, bro. Thanks.
nah, it's just one of the cities on the Hudson.
Well,
You know, it's on the Hudson
okay.
line, running from
Hello, LaShawn.
Tennessee all the way up to uh, New York City.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I drove by there. Probably not. I know I never stopped there though. I love the song says yes, you're out of your elements, but to me, that's part of the appeal. I like seeing foreign cultures and what I can learn from them. Me too, man. Like I want to be out and seeing different things, man. I'm gonna try to catch up a little bit on these comments. Miss you wish. Do you like to be trained in using guns? It depends on what the guns are referring to. He's funny, bro. Because Uncle's DNA keeps trying to tell me 12% French as well. Eric Best, what type of guns are you referring to? The real thing, if he talking about Second Amendment, yeah, he talking about the real thing, man. Not the arms. Give me 1 second. My grandson woke up. Well, I'm pretty sure he's gonna answer that. He's pretty active in the chat. These guns. Uh eco-friendly guns for the BG. 12% French, Spanish, and then being able to understand English is huge. It is. Like I said, you're able to get anything you need there. Anything you need, you can get, and that's good. Even like just not in the tourist area, you know what I'm saying? So bonjour. Eric Best said, there he goes again. I have every type of gun, but I would want my wife to be able to use at least one type very well and then sleep with one eye open or just be a very good man to her. You know, that's a good point about the English language being present. Even most signs are in English. You're in a PH now, right? I think she is. You should learn how to speak the language in the country you're living. Yes. At least be able to have like some some understanding of it, you know. But I think I would have a hard time in the Philippines, because gonna want to be moving around and seeing different stuff. You know, what if she just owned a bolo? I appreciate you coming up here, Passport X. You going to the Philippines soon?
Yeah, I'm going to the Philippines in July. Don't know how long I'm gonna stay there. I might stay there a month or two and then head over to Vietnam or Korea or Thailand. I'm gonna do it like a East Asia tour. So right now I've been touring the
In half a
states.
mile,
Think about
use either lane to turn left on East Palmetto Street.
oh Georgia. You just touring the states. That's what's up.
Yeah, I just came from.
You think about visiting Zamboanga?
Uh,
I could get you a guide.
yeah, I never thought about that. So, but if I
Yeah, she
do,
right here in the chat, man. It's wishy. Thomas Marshall is not married. But yeah, man, I'll be looking forward to that, man. You gonna post it? You got a channel, bro. You gonna post anything up there?
yeah, I'll post. My channel used to be like back in the day. I used to talk about silver and gold. I used to go by Silver New Jack back in the day. That's why I haven't posted, much lately. But yeah, yeah, I'll probably post some. I'll probably post some stuff. But I just came from New Orleans Jazz Fest, and I went to Atlanta. Some of my people, like an hour away from Myrtle Beach, and I got family here I'm gonna check out. I like Myrtle Beach too. Then I head back to the city, New York, and then I'm gonna fly to Chicago and check out Chicago. But in July,
That's what's up, man. The States is beautiful though, right? Like, you can't deny that either.
then I'll stay when I get there.
There was a time when I was in the Philippines and I was on Boracay and I walked to Boulevard Beach for that sunrise in the morning. And I was just thinking like why can't I the sun rises. There's sunrises every day in America. It's like, but I don't take the time to watch it. I don't take the time out, and that's my fault, you know. I don't take the time out to go
Yeah,
look at the sun setting. You know what I mean? Like that's on me. I don't live too far from a beach, even though I mean they're not that. I don't think they're that good, but we have beaches here in Connecticut. There's beaches in New York. Like that's on me. You know, I don't take time out to do those things. You know?
I
But
mean
you touring,
sometimes
so
if
how's retirement life been treating you?
yeah, retirement is good. I'm doing whatever I want. So doing whatever I want. You know, I should have made it to the Philippines already, but I broke my left foot, so that kind of delayed me. I was like, I'm not going over there with a broken foot, but I'm all good now. So I'm gonna head over there in July.
Now, are you going on vacation or are you that's
Well,
Asia tours that like slow travel, you know, to
it's that
find where
slow
to settle
travel.
at?
I can be over there as long as I want to be over there, but I'm gonna see, what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I'm gonna go to Cebu because I want to. I'm more of a city life guy. I mean, I like beaches, but when I go to the Philippines, I'll probably spend more time in Cebu than anywhere else. Then I might just fly out to maybe Thailand or Vietnam, check some places out over there. But I want to try to link up with some people when I get to the Philippines, so I can learn as much as I can, as quick as I can, so I can move, better over there and quickly. So, but I've been traveling all my life, man. So,
Yeah, that's good,
I've been
man.
all over, man.
There's some
I've
good
been all
people over there.
Yeah. And as far as the United States is concerned, I've probably been everywhere other than those, those states up in the Midwest, like Nebraska and North and South Dakota. I don't really do cold, so
I been to Iowa.
yeah, in Iowa. Those states, I was like,
Mhm.
you know, I, I left them alone.
I get you,
But
bro.
everywhere else, yeah. So I want to get over to Panama
Oh,
too. Panama and Belize. So
yeah.
there's a lot
I'm
of
going to
places.
do a short trip. I'm gonna do a short trip in June, I think. I know where I want to go, but I haven't 100% decided on it. So we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna say nothing, but I'm just gonna pop up on a. I'm gonna just pop up on the live one day.
yeah, yeah.
Hey
That
guys,
guy,
I'm in so and so country.
that guy that said Mexico's dangerous. I mean, it's not all of Mexico's dangerous, but anywhere you go, you can find places that are dangerous. So
Exactly.
you can't just
Exactly.
let that stop you. You know, somebody saying something's
Well, people,
dangerous.
yeah, people are always gonna do that, no matter what. The first time I went to the Philippines, I had people telling me, and this was a guy who had a Filipino wife here in my city. He's like, man, they're gonna cut your arm off if you wear your watch. Like they'll cut your arm off to get that watch, and they're kidnapping people in Lapu Lapu. Like, oh, they're kidnapping people in Lapu Lapu. Luckily enough, I had already did all my research. I just my mom wanted me to talk to them. So yeah, I went and talked to them. But yeah, he was wild. He was wilding, man. And I'm just looking at him like, what are you telling me this? I didn't get it. But then your brain starts working, and it goes wherever it wants to go. But yeah. Well, people are always gonna do that. I thought Merida, Mexico, I think what's that in the Yucatan or something? You hear a lot about that place now, people retiring there. Merida, Mexico. But I think Mexico, I want to go one day. I think it's just too easy to get there for I don't know, maybe saving that one for later or something. It's so close.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
But yeah.
there's a lot of places it's easy to get to, but even the Caribbean, easy to get there. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
still to this day, when it comes to
Me reading.
the place I felt like real good being there was Hawaii. I really liked Hawaii. So,
Yeah. I don't want to go there either. I, I don't want to go to Hawaii. But like I don't know what it is, man. I'll see somewhere it's beautiful. It's just me. Well, let me read this comment. Eric Bass says, I would think permanently moving countries, you will also need a lot saved up. You wouldn't want to work in one of these countries that's super cheap, would you? Don't they make very little? It depends where you're going, Eric. I guess. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but I think it depends on where you're going. Some countries it's easier than others. That just from me knowing, but the Philippines, most of these countries can't work. You can't work in the country anyway, or if you want to, it's a lot of steps you have to take. You know, so Like I said, there's some expats that are way more informed on the laws and all that stuff than me. I would say do your research, man. Do your own research, location specific to where you want to go. But you don't. You said you don't want to go nowhere anyway, Eric, because you need your guns. And he also says South Korea needs to take lessons from the Philippines. Give Johnny Somali that same treatment. Eric, Eric, we need you on the panel. I'll drop the link. But see, if I bring him on the panel, I'm gonna slow down reading the chat. So I know that. So you guys gotta bear with me. Thomas Marshall said it's hard to understand the language, but at least to try to learn a bit. Exactly. That's the least you could do. I think you get more respect if people see you actually trying, you know. But then you gotta have the confidence to use it. That's a whole different thing. Puts on Boots says there's a story on YT about an expat named John. The dude moved to the Philippines with some savings 3 years before retirement. Dude ended up going broke and living within the slums and many mistakes. Yes, I think I seen that one. He's broke. But that's what
Was
I'm
it a
saying, man.
problem?
Like,
That's one thing I don't understand is how people stay over there and not come home when they broke. I don't understand it. Like if you
I
know
don't
you're
know
about
either,
to
man.
run out of money, this whatever you got left, go home. Why are you gonna just
Go home, man.
go home? I don't understand it.
Home.
Who wants to be
There's
homeless
like you
in
could get a
the
job here. TJ, I see you in the back, bro. I'm gonna bring you up. Yeah, go home, get it. I mean, get on food stamps. At least you know you're gonna have something to eat. You know, it ain't gonna be much, but that's available here. If you need it, get a job, work your way back up. You know, you did it once, you could do it again, and hopefully you learn your lesson. But just staying over there, no place to stay. I see the one guy was actually had the Filipinos giving him like handouts. So
Oh,
what up,
that'd
TJ?
be
How you
me.
doing, brother?
Hey, I'm
We
hanging
want to
in
say
there.
thank
We're
you. Thank you for last week, bro. Thank you for last week, brother.
happy
Much
to help,
appreciated,
man.
man.
Occasionally I have time.
Miss Manny says,
Also,
Miss Manny
it's Saturday
says for
morning for
sure
me,
you'll
so it
learn
works
something
out.
out. Yeah, weekend starting.
Or,
What you think though, man? Like for you, you still love America.
of course, yeah. It
Just
would be
wants
weird not to. I am
patriotic.
American. My passport's American. I think people get the idea of American exceptionalism conflated with like love or patriotism. Or it's like just because I don't think America is the greatest country that exists or has ever existed doesn't mean that I don't love America more than those other countries. I'm just willing to admit that there are things that we could improve on.
Exactly. And I feel the same way, man. I don't think America is the greatest country. Honestly, I don't give a damn if it's the greatest country or not. Like, I don't understand that why it
Plenty of
needs to
people
be.
get away with it living in the not greatest country, right? Like the greatest country on earth denotes that every other country on earth isn't, right? All those other people seem to get along fine, is all I'm saying. Like they seem to be so I can't really understand the pressing need to be number one. But again, it's
Yeah,
part of American, I guess, trying to not get into empiricism. We'll say it's part of American political doctrine in the modern times to push that because we thrive on tribalism, and occasionally it helps to have a them versus us that you can point everyone at.
Exactly. That them versus us. That's powerful, especially when you need to rile people up. Oh yeah. Put that battery in people back. That's a good tool to have. Puts on boots says don't go without financial backup plan. Exactly. He was a dumbass, says Thomas Marshall. This means says his story was quite sad, but somehow expats can learn some lessons from it.
Wishy wants to
I don't
know if
know,
she's
man.
allowed
There's
in the
more-
panel with a plastic bag outfit.
Who? The
Wishy.
bag?
And if it sounds like I'm cutting
Wishy,
over
wishy.
you, I think there's a slight delay
Oh
in me
my
hearing you
God.
and me responding. Probably like a half a second, 3/4 of a
Okay.
second.
Yeah, you could join with a plastic bag on. Yep. It's fine for me.
Probably not literally wearing a plastic
Hit the
bag.
link. Want me to
Hopefully
drop
the
it?
outfit just came from a plastic bag. Fingers crossed. Actually, a plastic bag outfit would be pretty amusing. Let me not say shit.
Remember the
Do you.
I remember the guy. There's a guy. I don't know if he's still. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl that was going around like trying to get just spamming people's chat with like, "Can you wear my plastic bag? Can you wear my plastic bag?" I remember that because I went to Icy's channel.
Internet thirst just
See who
it
verse
exists
Wishy.
differently.
Crazy, bro. Where are you guys located? What island? I guess they're gonna answer this. Cebu's
Also, while we're
awesome.
sitting here, I wanted to
I
ask
love.
Bro earlier. Oh, sorry. Again, the overlap thing. My bad. I'm
Ah,
gonna let you blitz through your questions. We'll come back to this and we can make a short back and
Right.
forth of it. But I'm gonna let you catch up. Believe in yourself.
All right, here we go.
Fight.
Thomas. Puts on boots says Thomas should answer that. Wishy. Thomas says, I love Cebu. Wishy says, if you need professional tour, I'll be happy to serve you. Miss Manny says, I'm from Lapu Lapu City in Cebu, but now living in Belgium. Wit, her husband, puts on boots. Puts on boots says, wow, Wishy professional. Yeah, professional tours by Wishy down in Zamboanga. Thomas Marshall says, the killings all over the world, Blizzard. Yep. TJ, you said
so
that
far back, I
backlog building up.
wasn't
You
even
get
on
better
the
skip
chat.
somebody. That's we're in the Philippines, Kadal. TJ Johnson says, not true at all. There's plenty of countries with tour guides that don't have a car, PH included. Wishy will tour Thomas on her petty cat. No, the tour wasn't for Thomas, it was for Passport X. Thomas is straight, man. He got a tour already. He got a tour guide already. He good. You just need to be able to schedule the partner to drive Zamboanga. There she is. That's where she's at. She does own a car, but about 5 inches. It's a sports car anyway. So Thomas says he's never going to Zamboanga.
Yeah, you ain't have to say it like that.
You said
Though.
last week that he got to check in. He said he got to check in. Wish he the one said he got to check in with the mayor or something. You know?
I thought that was just their nickname
Hello,
for
little
Wishy.
Anthem. Yeah.
Like, yo, you come to my city, you better check in with the mayor.
Gotta check in. Some says TJ, true. I took a tour in Baguio with the guy and we took the taxi around. It was fun, but it would have been better if he took me on a tricycle. Yeah. But she doesn't like to own a car. She's aiming the private jet. Yeah, I heard what she say that about the private jet. He said they don't want to leave. Sakanata best. I love LaShawn says broke in the Philippines. When you're from the West, it seems crazy. It does.
Right.
Especially if you're taking handouts from the locals. That sounds
Type
nuts, bro.
shit.
Especially when you well, the one guy that Alex living abroad, was it living abroad? I know he had to do a bunch of stuff though. Because he had
Nah, the way
overstayed.
I be
And
looking
you want
at
to
it
give him
is, I'm
his,
like,
but still,
my
bro.
brother in Christ,
Once it's getting low,
how are you a bum on 2
once it's
continents?
getting low.
How? How? You were
Oh
a
man.
bum on your original
Hey,
continent, and you came up with a plan to change your
it's
life and
crazy.
turn it around. That shit went left, and now you're a bum again. How are you a bum on 2 continents? That doesn't make any sense. Explain.
Here's the plastic bag. Yes, Wishy. Come on. I'm waiting for you. I know you don't have a plastic bag on anyway. So Cisco says I leave and TJ is now co-hosting. We're almost there. Private jet. Yeah. They don't plan correctly. Exactly. He didn't have a plan. That's what it was. He's gonna take over the world, right? Dash says I would pick a country where
Thumb's
torch
gonna
marching is
thumb.
illegal
Big
and
fact.
condoned. Yeah, I get that one. Not condoned. Yeah. Cisco's back in here. Thomas, he got some interesting takes, dude.
Man. Bro, all the time is gotta be
Mm.
Cal mentioned, bro, that was living in the tent outside his girl's spot in the Philippines. Like, whew.
That's crazy.
You want to talk about like when those movies freeze on the frame and it's like, yeah, that's me. So you're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, right.
You're wrong.
Witchy.
Yo, see, that's
Gotta
a very fancy
drop
classic.
handle.
Hi,
Yeah.
please,
You
CJ
look good,
and
Witchy.
ex-passport.
Where you going
Now,
special
now
today, huh?
Can you
is
hear me,
that
Looking
guys?
like that.
is that the fan blowing into your mic, and is that for heat, or are you like specifically doing like a hair blowing in the wind thing for dramatic effect? 'Cause that's a
Okay,
lot.
I need to go down and
It-
come back, okay, because I cannot hear properly.
it's because of the fan.
Okay.
Got an industrial fan on in the
She's getting my
background.
girl mad at me. Thomas Mercer.
Hey, Thomas
She's
over
getting my
here
girl mad
in
at me.
jeopardy.
It's all entertainment. It's all entertainment. That's it.
Yeah, yes, listen. The
Yeah, that's
actors you
funny.
see in this sequence are trained professionals. Viewer discretion advised.
Hey, Miss Manny says if you choose to stay in the PH, just live like locals. Don't have to show off you're rich and high class. A lot of expats there practice that.
I'm gonna put
End
an
up too
asterisk
weak.
on that real
Yep.
fast. Live like middle class locals. Do not don't go try to live in the squatters area. You can't live in a kubo. Like you need more than 2 rooms. Like don't be like bro that Calvin had to go like deep into like darkest Africa looking Philippines to go find them, and he was living in like a shack in the woods and raising like chickens for eating and like here's my life principle. I'm gonna just
But
throw
that
this one
dude,
out there. Right?
he didn't want no help.
Yeah, but like at a certain point, that's because people stop trying to help you, or like your situation gets so helpless. It's like, why am I even trying? I'm gonna just live out here with the chickens in the trees. Um, I don't know. If anytime your life situation makes Filipinos that live in the province become concerned for your well-being, you know,
Yeah. I don't
that's
know. LaShawn
I don't know.
says Cisco, I'm doing good. It's rough going back to the boring food and beverages though, but I gotta trudge through it. How long were you
Missed
over
that
there? I
LaShawn
feel like you
already?
just left, bro. Time is flying, bro. Time is flying, bro.
It is. It is.
Wow.
Yo, I wonder if
Good
she's
luck,
going to
Thomas.
be able to make it back. without switching plastic bags.
I wish she straight, man. She's
Yeah,
funny, man. And she's good people, man.
yeah. Most
Thomas, that's
folks
the
are,
effect that what
especially
she
black
has on
men.
people, bro. Make sure you give her sexy time later, Thomas. Yeah, you gotta make it. You gotta make it. Oh man, bro.
Gotta
Blizzard
get a run
abroad,
back.
ruining relationships worldwide now. Oh man, she really talking shit like I'm trying to hook up on the live stream.
Yeah, but yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna
This
say
one
yeah.
says
No.
bum's gonna bum, TJ.
No. If you're gonna live like a local, live like a middle class local, like middle to upper middle class. Don't try to live like you don't have to. You're not proving anything to anybody. Like you're not Bear Grylls or nothing. Or like if you go lower than your standard of living where you're coming from, you're no longer on vacation or traveling. You're surviving. And like the last thing that you should be doing in your spare time is traveling several thousand miles to fight for survival. That's why.
Exactly. You might as well stay home where you know you got these safety
Right?
nets in place. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
I don't
You
get it.
have bum
Just go be a
precautions
bum in the
here.
beach town.
Exactly. Exactly. You
Go
can
be a bum.
go be a
Go
bum
to
where you can
Florida.
still collect
Go to,
UI.
you
Bum
know,
Grills for sure
go to
though.
Florida. Okay.
Cisco, Bum Grills is really out here in the world though. There are a lot of cats out here that are living extremely rough existences so they can say that they're expats or living. And a lot of these cats, it's wild. I learned this in when I was back in John Tien and Pat's because this is the first time I had been since it became uh, more melanated. Background: Pat's is one of the first places I ever went. Under the same scumbag pretenses that most people go there, albeit I was like 19 or 20. I was going through a terrible breakup. My pre-law mentor suggested Thailand. It didn't exist. There's no Hangover Part 2 at this, so there's no like there. I had to go Google and research what a Pats was, and that was like 15, 16, yeah, 16 years ago, or something like that. So like that and now are two very different like Pattayas, and the the I guess fuckboyization of Chonburi is pretty astounding to watch. You can never take the whole thing over, but the contingents change over the years. Usually it was racial. You had the Germans holding court for a while. Then travel fares from Australia got really cheap during like the budget travel boom. You had more Australians and whatnot. Then there started to be more direct flights from Americans. You have Americans, but now it's switched from races, and now it's just like the fuck boys have taken over. Like they've come from afar.
Define
Like
fuckboy.
it's hmm. How do I put this? You know how Lost LeBlanc was moving between girlfriend A and B, where one just dropped out and another one just popped up? It's a bunch of dudes that aspire to do that and make about 1/10 of the income.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
not a
get it.
racial thing. It's not a cultural thing. Being a fuckboy spans socioeconomic barriers.
Principles.
You can be,
It's a principles
hey,
thing.
if you're really
Yeah.
into the everybody can be their own person thing, you be a girl fuckboy if you try hard enough, I'm sure. Actually, I've met a couple in the Philippines. There are actually some
Mm,
there.
mm.
They're cool. The tomboys, as they call their lesbians in the Philippines, you
I don't want
definitely
to say it.
some of them
I,
are
I almost
absorbing
said it.
some
I almost
scumbag
said it. I don't want to say
tendencies.
it.
Some of them have
You
absorbed
almost
some
got me, bro.
heavy scumbag
Oh
tendencies.
man.
That's some.
Wow.
I'll leave it
Miss
there.
Miss
It's
you think
hmm.
about this. Miss Minnie says Filipinos don't like expats that are boastful. But it's true. I mean, I don't like boastful people
Yeah.
either. I don't like cocky
Hell,
people. I'll just say that. Confident, I don't mind. Confident, I love it. Cocky is
right.
different though. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah. Confidence, a good trait to
So
have.
I get
Cocky gets
that. I
people
get
killed.
that. Yeah, it does. Gets you robbed. It's dangerous. Yeah. 2 week millionaire syndrome. Only a week, but I also spent a day in Germany and another day in Charleston. I gotta wait 6 months before I can go back. Yeah. Grills. Yeah. I live on this authenticity sometimes means I'm a bum. Authentically. Yeah. Extremely rough conditions is not anywhere in my future life plans. Me either, man. If I'm gonna be uncomfortable, if I'm gonna be struggling, I might as well stay here. At least I know
We'll be
here,
right here in the
you
States.
know, yeah,
Well, not here in the States.
for real.
It's not daytime there right now, but still, I don't think I can get. Nah, the sun glares out. But yeah. Point being, I'm gonna go ahead and struggle on my own terms around my own people in my own language. Like I need all
Exactly.
the bum assistance apparati that the great state of California, a leader in bum resources, has provided to me. Um, I need all of that. So I'm definitely
Yeah.
daytime. The earth is flat. Cisco, you crazy, bro. Nah, I think that's a wild life to be living though. Like there are definitely people out here. They're cocky and broke. How are you?
The
Oof, that's
sacrifices you
so
gotta make.
amazing.
The sacrifices you gotta make to be able to do this move. Like I don't think it's
Not for the faint
easy
of
to
heart.
pick up and move across seas, but then to do that and then be broke and struggling and don't know where your next meal's coming from, like literally don't know where your next meal because we can say that here, but but I don't remember the last time I ever worried about if I was gonna eat.
Absolutely starving.
Like no. Never. I don't think ever in my life I worried about where my next meal was coming from, where my meal next month was coming from. I just never worried about it,
I grew
That's
up in the hood. I
crazy.
can't say that next month part with absolute impunity, but next meal for sure.
Yeah,
Mom's made sure nobody in the crib was going hungry. We might not like what was being served on the dinner table, but there was without a doubt
exactly.
dinner
But you were
available
getting something.
365 nights a year, 366 on leap years. Uh
But that's what I'm
just
saying, bro. I ate government cheese,
oh,
the
definitely.
cornflakes in the white box with you know what I mean,
Mhm.
the
The
powdered milk.
grape the
Like
peanut
I
butter that
remember
comes
that.
in a Crisco jar with a peanut on the
Yes,
front. Yeah, no, for sure. No,
yes.
I'm definitely a
Spent real
product of the
food
struggle.
stamps,
I
like the real
never
ones.
write actual rainbow money.
So,
Like,
but we knew we knew in my household that we knew we were gonna eat regardless.
right.
My mom busted
Yeah.
her ass. We
So
weren't poor at all. Yeah.
yeah, like why I had to check myself sometimes because like me and my girl both essentially grew up in the hood or government assistance stuff like that. But it's like her hood is different from my hood. Like I'm not I when I really started learning about how like Sasa gets down, I was like, oh, all right, I'm a square. No, that's lit. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Cause man, there's an entirely different, like I tell people, hood's the same all around the world, but there are different levels of intensity to it. We have the same struggles for sure. Like everybody got an ain't shit cousin. Everybody has, uncle that's like a decade younger than them. We all have shared experiences. Everybody been had to run in the house when the street lights came on or at X amount of time at night. Like, there are shared experiences, but there are different levels. America, we are still
That's the
playing on
good
like
part.
easy mode, low key.
We are, but we don't even know it. We don't even know it,
No
and
idea.
and this is why I always keep saying we're the ones traveling the world complaining the most about how hard we have it. You know?
I mean, what's worse is there are a lot of us that aren't traveling the world complaining, about how things should be again, because a lot of people that have never been outside their country hold their country to a certain standard, but America is more or less by itself. Maybe you could argue for like the specific country of England within the United Kingdom, but like America is the one place where like you're very much raised on American exceptionalism. Like, this is the country you're from, and it's the greatest country they've ever made, no exceptions. And like, if you don't believe it, here's 18 years of marketing throughout your formative years to make sure that we really drive the message in. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Court of Gold as much as the next guy, but it does breed a certain type of person where it's very hard to introduce new facts or ideas to them because they're so firmly entrenched in the idea of everything that's not from America is lesser than.
Yeah. Cisco says at least there's some assistance in America. If you're just in the Philippines, you're on your own. It's true.
I
I just
mean,
have
there
to
are
worry about
services, but
having.
they're
Hold on.
very
Yeah,
limited.
this thing is rolling on it. Yeah. Yeah, I want to know my yacht and my jet. Syrup sandwiches too. Yeah, mayonnaise sandwiches. Like it was like,
Sand
but you
wishes
had
you
it though, and you
the
can
bread
get
and
it. The
wish that there was
government
something in between
government
them.
was giving it out. You know, you had it rough. I love this. Ah man, yeah, jet fuel is expensive nowadays. Thomas Marshall says we don't know how good we actually have it at home. There's plenty of people that would love to be in the States. Exactly, exactly. But like I said, just because we are from here, we love here, doesn't mean we're stuck here. You know,
For us.
I would just love to hear both sides when you hear these people talking. I know that's a lot to ask for, but you know, doesn't sell. But like I said, the 19-year-old kid, that's who I want to talk to. 'Cause you can't talk to
Yeah,
these old
because that's
cats.
wild.
Like you
I mean,
can, but you can't.
a lot of folks are set in their ways at
Can't
that
talk to these
age. A
old
lot of
cats.
people at this point,
Yeah,
the
man.
ability to hear other opinions and kind of change yours openly and admit, that you had a bad outlook, that's like a superpower if you're over 30. So I feel it, but I don't like it.
Yeah. Like I said, man, that kid, that I don't know, that really stuck with me. Um, Shit, you'll probably run across him one day in a live somewhere because he's everywhere now. But he's trying to like
That's
starting
a
to go,
relatively
starting.
common thought process though. A lot of these cats are just, you got to remember, algorithm now is designed to create an echo chamber for you. So if you just takes 5 or 6 of those, you hit 2 or 3 likes, you're going through a hard breakup, or you're having a tough time finding a girlfriend, or stuff like that. And instead of looking within or looking at the situation, what you could do to change it, there's somebody out there that's like, it's not even you, bro. It's them. Like, the West is declining. Like, women have gotten, like, if you're in all this low value, high value, Kevin Samuels drinking, Red Bull shit, and like,
Yeah.
you got to remember, a lot of cats, even in our generation before that, especially, urban communities, speaking more specifically on my experience, young black men, you don't have like a straight up father figure in the house. And for a lot of these cats, TikTok or Reels is taking the place of that father figure. So now, instead of, your dad telling you, how something goes, or, your mom's boyfriend or significant other, like, being there for you, it's Kevin Samuels telling you, like, the reason these dudes leave is because these women are low value, and because you've got to, constantly be looking out for yourself, and be worried about the wall and all this other like goofy shit. And it's like, these cats haven't even, at 19, you still have 4 years
Yeah.
before your brain has even finished developing the
Exactly.
capability for understanding
Exactly.
long-term consequences and how they'll pitch out over an extended period of time. So with all this shit in your head, of course you're gonna develop this like goofy ass worldview because nobody's around to tell you
Just
different,
red
and you're getting
pill.
it at such saturation. You're just, oh yeah, it's got to be right. Why would all these people say it
Red
otherwise? Elon
pill.
Musk believes it. He's a billionaire.
Marlon Gaines, Andrew Tate. It's bullshit. To me, it
Wow.
is. To me, it
Well,
is,
you know,
man. But especially to the wrong kind of person. To me, I don't care. I could listen to that shit all day. It's not gonna make me act a different way. If I'm entertained by it, I'm just entertained by it.
right, right.
But I'm not gonna take what they say to heart, you know. And that's what's happening. And you were saying that like that's the dad now, but that is the fucked up part is in a lot of situations it's the mom and the dad nowadays. That
Which
internet,
is
you know,
true,
that's the sad part.
man.
And then their
Yeah.
friends are they form these little echo chambers themselves. So that's the sad
I,
part, man.
I
Before
kind
they
of
even
saw where we were
ever
going as
lived
far
or
as cookedness,
experienced anything,
but it sucks.
yeah.
It's a shame.
It
I
just
don't
goes
know.
crazy. He says our end of the month dinner was pancake mixed with corn. I never had that.
Whew.
Cornbread, though. I guess that's cornbread.
Yo, eat it, eat it
Uh,
or don't eat it. That's for dinner is a very real ultimatum. And let me tell you, a couple times I thought
yeah,
it
it
was
was.
cool and I wasn't gonna eat it, and I spent a very long time at the table.
That was me. Two things that got me at sitting at that table was liver. I hate liver and beets. Liver and
Uh,
beets.
my
Not down
my
with
uh
that.
my family's from Louisiana, and I'm gonna get yelled at by this for some people in the chat, I'm sure. But okra and catfish are both tough for me. I'm a texture eater, and they're both relatively slimy, and I've just never been able to do any sort of food with like a slimy residue. I know people are like, oh, if you fry okra a certain way, but it's like
How
the
they make?
actual meat
Yeah, yeah.
of okra, like the
I
actual
like
meat
okra.
of okra in
I like
itself,
okra.
when you chew it down, it's gooey. Ugh. Mm.
Yeah, I like okra, but I don't like catfish at all. It's
What
nasty.
Never
part?
But
tried.
What part of
but it
Louisiana are you from?
is what it is.
My dad's side's from Lake Charles, my mom's side's from Monroe.
Louisiana changed
Larson,
big
what's up,
time
brother?
over the
How you doing,
years.
man? Look, welcome.
True, true. It has
Yeah.
definitely changed.
I,
It's
I
it's
used
it's
to I used to hang out in Lake Charles all the time in the early nights.
well, you a Harris
That
guy?
government cheese was good, man. That government cheese was good, man.
My problem with the government cheese is
Yeah,
don't
fellas,
melt
I'm gonna
right.
just shout out in the back. Government cheese. I don't know. I love grilled cheese from a government cheese. Black. That shit
Man,
was
Put
good.
it on
yo,
Wonder Bread.
I was young.
man.
Now I
We,
definitely wouldn't like that shit. But
we made the nachos with it, but the problem is you try to make the nachos in the microwave with the government cheese, it breaks back down into its constituent parts. So now I got yellow goop and oil over my like slightly
yeah,
over
well,
microwave nachos. I don't know. We were trying to make it happen, bro. I just saw Taco Bell and knew I wasn't getting none, so I was just trying to get as close as I could.
I just say, man, that's the struggle for us. And like I said, we lived through the crack era, so we know. Like I can imagine living in parts of New York in the 40s. You know what I mean? Like when the
Right?
heroin was going crazy. So yeah, it's like we all got our struggle, but in comparison, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like I never have to
Comparison,
worry about
man.
like you gotta like tap power from the neighbor and then figure out a meter, and then you can go in because you can't afford to get a meter for your house, but you still need power because how else are you gonna run the fans? And it's 103 degrees outside, and it's like there are also six of us living in this like one room like point 0.5 bedroom house, and it's like, okay, maybe government cheese wasn't so bad.
Twist the corn, replacing the corn syrup. Nah, man, that's crazy. Pancake mix. Corn. I can't eat stuff like that. I'm a type of person I don't like my foods mixing and all that stuff. So I can eat the corn. I
Vienna
can eat the
sausages and
pancake
peas.
and the corn. Yeah, I got me crying over here. Random trolls on
Cisco
the
said
internet
Vienna sausages and
are
peas.
becoming male role models. You're right, TJ. True. Vienna
What's
sausages and
wrong?
peas. Oh, man.
What's
Go
up,
ahead,
bro?
bro.
I'm at my destination in Myrtle Beach, man. I'm gonna try to catch you next time when I can actually get on camera and not be driving and not driving around in the car. So
Yeah, yeah.
catch up with you.
Hey,
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, man. You're welcome anytime, man.
Yeah, you
enjoy your
guys,
Continue to
you
night,
guys
brother.
support our
get me
support
going through my drive,
our
so
way
I
if we get
appreciate
to Philippines, man. No
it. Yeah,
doubt,
no
man. Take
doubt.
it easy, man.
All right.
Peace out.
Peace.
Killed me too. Oh,
Wait,
there we
I
go.
took the wrong one down. Come on, man.
I was like,
I
I
think he
said
took
something.
himself out, and then I hit the same button.
Ah, and then you clicked where he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I love the
Yeah.
shine. Cisco says, I love the shine. I had no idea. My mom said, eat it or don't eat it. That's for dinner. That's true. Or you was gonna sit there all night or
Hey, and
worse. You know?
sometimes I did. I think we've all, as boys, I think you at some point you had enough. Like today is the day that I take no more. I will sit at this table and I will miss whatever is coming on late night TV. I'm going to pretend like I don't hear Seinfeld in the back. I'm going to sit here and be strong.
I would have rather took the whooping though than eat that liver. I don't care.
There's certain
And
foods,
then my
everybody, I
pops
think.
used to try to get me. My pops used to try to get me, man. Like, cause it be smelling so good. It smell good the way he make it.
Hmm.
It'll have like the gravy, the onions. And when I was little, he'd be like, "Oh, this is some steak. Here, here." But you can't hide that taste, man.
Oh, wow. You were getting
You cannot
catfished
hide that
with
taste. That first
a
bite,
liver.
you know that first bite. Liver
Oh,
is
that first bite.
disgusting.
I don't
I don't see
do I
how
don't like
people eat it.
organs like that because it's like the bite is so weird. Like the sensation, like meat jello, essentially. I just mm, mm, mm. Can't do it.
Thomas says leaders lead and followers do the dumb shit for them. Exactly.
Rough.
That's it in a nutshell, man. I like
I'm
that's
a
what I'll
I'm a
be trying to
preempt
say all
because
the
this one
time,
looks
man.
like it's a little bit
Just
down. He also followed up. He said, "Did you have grits or rice, Blizz,
with what?
for
Where's he at?
breakfast? Like your go-to in the house was the
Oh,
default grain grits or
oh, grits for breakfast, rice for
rice
dinner.
for everything else?"
But it wasn't just rice all the time, though. Yeah, it wasn't just rice all the
Yeah.
time. We only ate rice for dinner, and
Mm.
it had to have something in it. Like I was saying before,
You
like
know what's wild?
gravy on
Now
the
that you
top.
mention it, I think we might have also only had rice for. I never really thought about it. You, shit, you
Yeah,
might be
rice is
onto
a
something.
dinner only
Yeah, I guess it is a
in the
dinner thing.
West.
Oh,
You know,
oh, he means with the liver specifically. Grits and liver?
oh
No! Tell me you're making that up.
no,
Please tell
rice
me that that's made
or
up.
mashed potatoes or something.
Grits and liver, yo, oh man,
Messing them
that's
grits up like
crazy.
that, man. How you gonna mess them
That's
grits up
in
like that, man? Some
work.
nasty
What do
liver.
you mean? I love grits. You shrimp and grits? Was that
I
what you
love
meant? Did you
I
mean
love
shrimp and
grits.
grits? Perhaps crawfish and grits?
Liver
Little bit of bacon and tomato in there or something like that?
leaders lead.
Oh
I read that one. So
no.
you went down a bit. My okra is slimy if you cook it for more than a few seconds. My wife knows how to cook it and it stays crunchy. I have had okra in a long time. Last time I had it, I think my granny made it. in Birmingham, Alabama, and they were delicious. I don't remember them being slimy, but I don't know how she made them though. I agree, but it stops your stomach. Whatever. Hello, everyone. Jasmine, hi. How are you? Welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to see you here. Something I guess. What's the topic? Honestly, we just chopping it up. The topic was about, you know, I love America, but I still want to leave. We're just exploring different reasons why people leave. You know, right now we're just going responding to topics, but we went over a lot. We went over a lot. But you're welcome to come up if you want. It doesn't have to be on topic, man. We'll talk about anything. We helped each
So
other back then, though. Yes, we did. Yes, we
I got
did.
some I got
Way
some
more than
additional
we.
Philippine questions
Those
for you.
days are
Sorry,
never
finish
coming
that
back.
up.
Oh, uh, we helped each other.
So
Those days are never coming back, man. We don't even know our neighbors anymore. Well, go ahead.
well, I mean, now you have Nextdoor app, so it's like not only do we not help each other, we have additional devices to help us hold each other back or snitch on each other in the name of community surveillance. But that wasn't where I was going to go with that. I was going to ask you, Philippines, like I don't know a lot about kind of what the build up to your Philippine journey is. Like, is this directly Calvin oriented? Was this one of those things where you just heard Cal for a while and you're like, Philippines seems like a cool place, I'll give it a shot? Or was there like a different impetus? Like
No,
what
it
led you
wasn't
there?
Cal that. It wasn't Cal that got me. It wasn't Cal that got me interested in the Philippines. I was already interested just by watching videos and all that stuff. I started with honestly with Old Dog, I think, and he was just talking. I don't even remember what he was talking about, but it was more of the frustration that I was going through. I call it a midlife crisis in my 40s, but I think that's what it was. That empty nester thinking. But it was seeing the videos and then hearing Calvin talk the way he talks, and then that
That
you know
combined,
what I
and
mean.
that
So
was
you know
enough
what
to
that
kind of
means.
like to
Yeah,
light a fire underneath you. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. All right.
you
So
know.
tell me more about the
It
planning
was like, all
process.
right, I'm
How'd
gonna
you
book
map it
this
out?
flight. Um, I just booked the flight first.
Right. Like how
That's
much
what I
time did you
did.
spend prepping?
Booked the
Was it
flight.
like a spur of the moment thing? You spent a couple weeks, months on it?
Um, before I booked the flight, it was probably around 3 weeks to just think of looking because I'm a Google fanatic. So when I say 3 weeks, I mean probably um at least 3 hours in one day just looking up stuff
Deep
each
Googling.
day for 3 weeks. Yeah, just different stuff, different places, like crazy, down to Google Maps and enlarging exactly where I want to see in street views and all that stuff, man. What?
Yeah, right.
So I booked a flight before I still really even knew what I wanted to do when I actually got there. I really didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to
And
see Sorrel Garden. Like
okay.
that was the first place I went. I wanted to see Sorrel Garden, and that's why I went to Cebu City.
So as you got
But other than
closer
that,
to
it
like
was
the
kind of
date,
like
like how did it feel? Like were you like in a position where you're like, all right, now I got my list of things. Did you kind of just get on the ground? You have that one thing and you're like, I'm gonna just build out a list and figure it out as I get there. Did you have additional stops in mind,
no,
or did you
as it
just
got
wing your whole go in
yeah,
Cebu?
no. As it got closer, it started forming. Like so, I knew I wanted to. A lot of stuff that I wanted to do, I didn't actually end up doing that first trip.
Happens
I
every
wanted
time,
to
every trip, buddy.
Sorrel
Welcome to your
Garden.
future.
Yeah, every trip. Yeah, every trip is like that. Even going here in the states, it's that way. but Sorrel Garden, Temple of Leia, the normal stuff. The Cebu City Museum, stuff like I don't want much, and then walking around because I know I want to document what I was seeing. So I did a lot of walking around, which probably is never gonna be uploaded because it just honestly it sucks. Shaky is not good.
Yeah, you never
But
know. You ever drop that membership function,
yeah,
you can hit the director's cuts and put them behind a paywall. But
yeah,
no, that's super neat. Um, my other thing I was gonna say is, to you, those felt like normal things to like all the normal things to do when you go visit Cebu. But I guarantee you, if you were to take 10 people who have been in Cebu for a year as expats and ask them show of hands who has done all of those three sites, maybe two of them raise their hand. So like you got to remember you were out there like actually trying to have a holistic travel experience. A lot of dudes touch down Cebu, beeline to Mango Avenue and start looking for booty. So like don't sell yourself short is what I'm saying. Is you might have some footage there that cats haven't actually seen, or you know a perspective that folks haven't necessarily seen despite being in Cebu or having been to Cebu.
I probably do. But like I said, I mean, the Temple of Leia, Temple of Leia and the Sorrel Garden. I went back and was gonna re-edit it, but it's kind of taken away from what I'm doing now. So when I get a chance, I'm gonna do something with that stuff, man. I'm not gonna let it go to waste. But there's some other stuff that's just like on the street videos. It's bad, you know, because I didn't have a
Happens.
gimbal. I just had a
Ah,
handheld. You know what I mean? It wasn't that. It's not a
okay.
gimbal though. So you
Yeah,
kind of
you were
getting
free
that
shooting.
kind of
Got you, got you,
shaky.
got you.
Yeah,
It's the very world star.
there's
I
some
feel you.
interesting stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Lila Deshawn says
So
it was a real wake up call when my wife's uncle showed me the pittance he earned from driving a tricycle all day. Life for the locals is rough. Yeah. All right, brother, you was gonna say something else?
oh no, I was reading. Sorry, I started reading it too.
Oh,
I
okay.
got a little link to Ben. No, you take out a couple of these, try to see you can fight the good fight. I'll tell you right now, you
Yeah, I
got
got it.
about 20 of these to power your way through if you're trying to get concurrent.
All right, here we go. Cisco. TJ is sour for hours not eating that shit. I fall asleep at the table and my mom will send me to bed. Yep. My dad though, my dad, man. Oh my God. That must have been a nasty meal. Yes. I wouldn't have ate that shit. I'd have slept at the table probably. Yeah, that's not good either. Nope. Hey Thomas, looking back, I realized I had it good compared to most people around the world. But at that time I couldn't take it. Yes, and you know what? A lot of people still don't realize how good they got it, man. Oh, here's that comment. Meat jello? I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Meat
that's
jello.
in
It's that kind
reference
of like
to when I
head
said
cheese.
liver to me tastes like meat jello. Uh
Oh,
no,
all
head
right.
cheese is an entirely different abomination.
Disgusting.
I had head cheese a couple
That's
times, and then I found out that it
disgusting.
was neither cheese nor part of the head with meat all the time, and that was just yeah, it was a lot for me. That's a hard pass.
I'm not eating nothing like that. I just had cheesy grits when I was in Charleston last Monday. Yeah. Oh my God, with some shrimp in there too.
Mm,
Delicious.
that's one point.
What is liver even good with? Nothing. It's just not good. That's the problem. In my opinion, liver is disgusting. That's 100% correct, bro. Cisco International in my body. That about it. I'll take the Vienna sausage. Cisco says I'll take the Vienna sausage and peas over liver Yes. That will live in anything. 100%, man. We used to have spaghetti sandwiches with the orange spaghetti. Yeah. Wow. Spaghetti sandwiches. I never heard that one, yo. No lunch meat sandwiches and orange spaghetti on the side. Okay, had me worried, bro. Calvin is a good promoter for the Philippines. Absolutely, man. But it was just the way honestly, it wasn't even the way what he was talking about. It was just that connection. Like, of course, he had good topics. Of course, you know what I mean? He's Calvin. But it was like TJ said, what he was saying and then how he was saying it. It was like one of my uncles talking to me, yo. That's the way I felt. There's a
Real
connection there.
talk. Yeah,
And I know
that's
I
that's
got a
that's how
little
I felt that
pushback.
way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just real shit, man. It's the in the backyard at the barbecue. Like
Mhm. And just like my uncle, he
that's what
said
it felt like.
a lot of shit that I do not agree with at all whatsoever, but I always understand where he's coming from.
Yeah. Cisco says seeing someone who looks like you going abroad and succeeding is really a powerful awakening. We need more black YouTubers going overseas. Yeah, and then we need to just go ourselves, man. I don't like that. Oh, I'm black man, and look what how they treated black. I don't like that. I don't think we need to ask permission to go anywhere. I don't care. Right? I'm not asking permission to go anywhere. I'm not gonna put myself in a dangerous situation, in a dangerous position.
Facts.
You know, but I'm not asking if they like me, how they gonna treat me, all that stuff. I'll just figure out myself. Mm. Thomas Marshall says I used to meet women in the Philippines, then Google search where they were located. Lost says Blizzard, how long have you been in? I'm not in the Philippines. I try to always say that I'm not in the Philippines. I'm not an expat. I'm in the US. But I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I don't know if that's my end point, but I'm gonna get somewhere one day, man. I'm moving abroad one day. And like I said, it might be 3 years, 5 years, whatever. It says I knew the 5 most popular places to visit in the Philippines and researched them all. See, I didn't know. Like, I knew Cebu. I knew about Cebu. I knew about Dumaguete. I absolutely did not ever want to go to Dumaguete. I don't know what it is. Maybe I will visit it now that I've been there. But initially, I just knew I didn't
You
want to
gotta
be
go to
any.
Zamboanga
I did
first and
not want to go to
foremost. You
Dumaguete.
definitely owe Wishy a visit if you're gonna hype up her tour guide services. You can't go and then be like, nah, no Zamboanga for me.
Ah,
You're
single
locked in
man
now,
only
brother.
on that tour. Single men
Wow.
only on that. Why not make it back out of there, bro?
Might not be.
Man, so be so good. All right, here we
Please.
go, TJ. Tell me some good places to eat at Ho Chi Minh, and please no soup.
Yeah,
Oh, you answered. All right,
I put the response.
damn, I'm slow, bro.
That's 1,000
Yeah.
miles from here, so I'll just be parroting suggestions to you. I give you some foods to eat for sure that are Southern Vietnamese in origin, but yeah, Saigon or Ho Chi Minh City, depending on how you prefer calling it, is changed a lot in the 10 years since I was last there for more than like a couple hours.
And where's the first place for first time visitor to Vietnam if you're with a lady already?
Mm, That one I can
Here we
answer.
go. A
For
lot of my
me, I would
favorites. Oh, go ahead,
say I'm a little biased, obviously, towards Da Nang because I live here, but it is a perfect mix. You're in central Vietnam, so you get a lot of the food and traditions from both northern and southern Vietnam. You've got the beach right there. You've got the mountains right outside. From my apartment takes if I'm not speeding, it takes about 11 minutes to get to the beach. It probably takes about 25 minutes to get into the mountains overlooking said beach. So that's, it's a nice mix. The prices are very affordable here compared to Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City. because it's a smaller city. Hue is nearby. It's the old capital. Is very much the Kyoto to Vietnam's or to Hanoi's Tokyo, I guess. Um, it's a nice little spot. So I like that. Phu Quoc is also popular. It's an island in southern Vietnam. It's very close to it's very close to Ho Chi Minh, and it has a lot of nice little like resorts and stuff. It's actually been a while since I've been there too, so it's probably changed a bunch. But those would be my two big picks. Would be probably Da Nang, because Hue and Hoi An are right here, or Phu Quoc because you can also do Saigon. But then, if you're a big city person, obviously, you're gonna want to do either Ho Chi Minh City or Hanoi.
There you have it, guys. A resident expert on Vietnam and anything Southeast Asia.
Something Southeast Asia. Don't. I'm playing, but yeah, no. Vietnam
Thomas
is
Marshall
very
says
cool.
they actually treat black men special over here in the Philippines. Do you feel special like traveling abroad, or did you feel special back home? Is there a difference?
Mm, there's definitely an interest. Obviously, when you're like one of a very small amount of anything anywhere, there is a increased amount of attention. Uh, I will definitely say it's changed over the years. When I first went to Bali 13, 12 or 13 years ago, like they were more shocked that I was American and was willing to fly the 23 plus hours with connections it took back then to get to Bali, more so than me being black. And I've had all sorts of neat little interactions. There are brown folks all around the world. I'll tell you one thing that's happened almost without a doubt in every country is if I'm having a conversation at some point, another brown person or like somebody that's considered dark and they're a minority will come up and be like, brother, haha, same. I'm like, yeah, bro, same. Like it's that's always neat. That feels a little special. Being black is cool. But yeah, no, I feel like it's probably more of the Westerner effect than the black guy effect in the vast majority of these places. But it is weird. Sometimes there was like 5 or 6 years ago, we were in Thailand and we went to the Grand Palace. My cousin was with me. I brought him out from the Bay Area. He's a bit taller than I'm 5'10". He's like probably 6'1", 6'2". Lighter skinned dude, and people thought he was my security. And by association, that I was a celebrity, and little old Asian ladies kept stopping me to take pictures. And then we were like, maybe it's just because they've never seen a black guy before, and then we were at the airport, and like a group of like regular like aged Asian dudes, like college age guys, are like, oh, like granted, there were definitely other foreigners in the airport, but like I don't know. He had a very mean running joke is that they thought I was T-Pain, but I think it was just a weird fascination with Western things.
And let's go. Cisco says Da Nang is very interesting. I think that would be where he's gonna start.
Hey, look me
I
up.
think so. I
I'm
don't know.
around.
TJ loves it. TJ is there, man. That's what this community is for, man. Like I said before, that's why I love this community. Is Vietnam as economical as the Philippines?
Yeah, I would say the
I heard
main
I heard Vietnam is
difference
cheaper.
the main difference is the floor that you can deal with here. I will say for me, um it's I can eat like the equivalent of Carinderia food in Vietnam. I've struggled multiple times thinking that maybe I'm finally local enough to eat at a Carinderia, and I've gotten food poisoning on two separate occasions in two separate provinces that were on two separate islands. And so like, and even with regular food, sometimes I get got. in the Philippines. I will say the incidence rate of that is severely lower here, and I eat like a lot of street food. I love banh mi. Oh my, yo, there's a amazing place that does like they still roast their pork in like these clay pots, and like they'll pull these like glistening, things. My if you, I don't know if anybody here if that's against Shadeen, my bad, but as somebody that does not mind a little haram, they pull out these glistening, things crispy to the touch. It's almost like a lechon belly, but it's like they got the all over crisp. They break it down, slice it up, throw it on a bun, hit it with the pickles, the sauce, and all that. 25,000 Vietnamese dong. That's about 98 US cents right now. So it's like,
Not even
can you
$1.
find food that's 98 US cents in the Philippines? Yes. Are you going to enjoy eating it as much? No. So that's personally. I guess there are probably some, but for me, a Westerner from the States, there are a lot more things at the sub $2, $3 level that I can eat than in the Philippines. And more importantly, would want to eat.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
there's
not.
great Filipino food
I
out
don't
there. It
care
costs, for
about.
me,
I
it's
really
cheaper than
don't
flight
care
to
about
buy.
food that much. That's be the thing for me. Like,
Well, there you go.
yeah, Cisco says, let me pull this one up. Cisco says, I just want to take a minute to give my appreciation for two intelligent black men having a conversation about issues other than passport broing. Actual conversation with useful substance.
I
It's
mean,
definitely needed, man.
I've been in a relationship for the entirety of the passport bro movement, so I don't really have a super enlightened position to speak on it. Like yeah, I'm not the type that invites discord into my piece. So that's not even a conversation I have. Trust me, there's already issues out there. You spend a little bit of money in countries like this, and the sneaks come from everywhere. Like people, I've had people send me try to hit me with the airdrop Udnes like while I'm at the club sitting with my girl.
Oh,
Like
wow.
it gets a little risque out there when they think you got a little something as far as income. So I don't want none of that. Y'all can everybody can have the passport bro life. Like that's lit. Best of luck to everybody that's making that happen. Again, you got a lot of cats that were raised on like Los LeBlanc and stuff like that that were 15 at the beginning of the pandemic that are just becoming 18, 19, 20-year-old grown men, and that's the reality that they saw lived that they want to go aspire to. Who am I to knock that? I wanted I wanted to be
That's
at
how I feel.
different points of my life a lawyer, fucking race car driver, or a rapper. Nobody said I was a dipshit, but I also didn't vlog about it. So
Exactly. Like if you're single, do what you gotta do, man. Like, as
do
long
what
as you're
you
not
gotta
breaking the
do.
law. But the part that I like I said, I'm gonna keep saying the part that I get upset is when you judge a whole country and culture depending on whether you could get laid or not. How easy it is to get laid or how beautiful the women are. That's the part I just get. Like I don't got a problem with the passport bros or with the mongers. I don't even have a problem with the mongers. Like I'll be over there, some of them, some of their chats, man, they funny, but they
Yeah,
and
they are funny.
actually,
The right can meme. The
they
right can
they
definitely meme.
share they share information. This may not be the right information, but they like I don't know. It's
They're
funny.
lockstep in their commitment to being
It's
wrong.
interesting.
I can respect that.
It's not-
I don't like it, but I can respect the principles that you need. I don't like folks that are just meat riding MAGA because that's the latest wave. Like a lot of these cats were like pretending they were sensitive liberal dudes or whatever until it became cool not to like Zuck know he ain't about
Oh
that
no
life.
no no no
Zuck
no!
went out and
I
got
said
some Puerto
monger. I
Rican
said monger.
chains.
I said
Oh,
monger,
oh,
not
oh, I thought you
MAGA.
said MAGAs. I was like, MAGAs. Oh, I was
No
like,
no
yeah,
no.
yeah,
I
bro.
said
You gotta do what
monger.
you gotta do out here.
Yeah.
I'm not,
Nah, those
I'm
dudes is
not.
funny as hell, bro. It's one that I
Oh
follow, man.
yeah,
He's just he stumbling, bumbling, and then he just ends up in the right spot. It's weird, bro. And this is real life, so it's like this is interesting. I want to,
yeah.
a lot of people
That
watch
life,
for the crash and burn, but I
that
couldn't do it.
sexpat life
I
is
couldn't do it.
wild.
You know,
The AC sexpat life
it's
is
a
accelerated
crazy.
wild because it's like for one, it kind of feels like you couldn't cut it in pats. So you had to drop a division down. I was just on some what's its face. That's me
T-Pain is
joking. They're
wild.
they're both they're both the same type of weird. I will say that the walking street in Pattaya is like a lot better paved. Looks a little less like the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Lots of couples and people enjoying themselves for like non-depressing looking reasons. Whereas the one in AC, again, this is probably 2018 or 19. I want to say maybe beginning of 2019. I think the last time I was really like
Never see it.
outside in the fields area, like ABC area, because when I was there for work, uh, right
You're
before the
taking
Pando.
advantage of me right now.
Yo, hey, it is what it is.
You know I'm doing. He watching you, man. He's like,
Yo, it's a
yeah, man.
good strategy. You
I'll
do
never
your
see.
capture audience.
Yeah, and I can't go put him to sleep, bro. But it's all right. You got nothing to do tomorrow. Um, it'd be T-Pain the whole time I'm here.
Mm.
Hey, buy you a drink. Let me sign your autograph. Yep, I'm signing autographs and everything, man.
No, ma'am, you have the wrong person. What is your name? Thomas T. Pet? Oh no, I erred. I should have come up with a different name.
Yeah, by me,
Yeah, bro,
it's
I love
so
me some
damn
banh
good.
mi.
You gotta
Banh mi
eat, please.
early.
You gotta
Elite,
eat, please. Yeah, I
elite
do, but
food.
I do. I just eat regular stuff. I don't know, man. I
What's your
eat, but I just
go-to?
don't
You like
really
a
care.
chicken and rice kind of guy? Like what you just it is like whatever's on the menu?
Yeah, yeah. No, you're not touching that, okay? You're not gonna touch that. I'm sorry. Chicken and rice, anything home cooked. More home cooked. I don't eat
Home
pork.
cooked.
Um, but I like home
Right.
cooked shit. You know what
I
I mean?
respect it. Yeah, we
I
gotta
ate
we
at
gotta
a
get you
Karen.
out
I
there.
ate at one Carinderia. One Carinderia. That's it. And it was good though.
How open you
Yeah.
usually take like a 2 weeker or a 1 week off? Like what's your when you leave, where you go?
2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks.
I'm
And
gonna throw
then
some spots out there I think you would like that are already cool and might change your opinion on like you might of traveling with eating in mind. I got three for you. I'm gonna give you one per continent so nobody accuses me of being a homer. Turkey, the city of Istanbul is literally perched immediately between the what's considered the European and Asian continent. City of bridges, huge, gigantic, makes New York or whatever look like a small province. And this spot, like this is these cats have been working on seasoning and spices and getting things the right flavor for over 1,000 years. And like as a result, like Turkish recipes be some of like the most intricate, like well balanced, like just seasonally speaking. Like I have homies like one cats I met out there. He's a hooper. He plays Europe ball. He was playing Europe ball for Beşiktaş at the time. He's a regular dude. Don't really like nothing like that. But there's a really popular chef called Shezin Burak. He's a dude that's always on Instagram like smiling when he's doing the food and shit directly into the camera and all that. And we would go out to his spot and bro would turn into a kid. His eyes would light up. Bro would be trying to take a bite of everything, knock out this, that. Like Turkey will like even if you don't think you're a foodie, Turkey will make you think you're a foodie, and Istanbul is like a great city for it. Like, and without rambling, the other two are probably like
'Cause
I
I
would
mean,
say.
when I eat something good, I enjoy it, but it's just I don't
Right.
really go searching for
You don't
that
obsess over it.
experience. Like you foodies, no, you foodies, it's like an experience.
You
You know what I
people.
mean? Like me, I'm like me, I'm just like, all right, I gotta eat to live. Let me eat something so I can just.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You gotta go to
If it's
places where
good, it's
then
good,
most
man.
of the stuff around you is good. You don't have to worry about looking at you can eat to live and enjoy life while you're eating, is all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
what was the other ones? I was gonna say, oh, Nairobi. Nairobi was lit. I slept on Nairobi for a long
Nairobi.
time. Kenya is like I was mostly going to Kenya because I wanted to go to the bush and I wanted to also go to the Indian Ocean, but I started in Nairobi and like the food culture is just so on point. Like, Africans can barbecue their asses off. There's not enough African barbecue across the world. There's not enough suyas. There's not enough what's the other one? Nyama choma. Like there's not like yo, they're out here cooking, bro. And then they have their own takes on different things. I don't really care for their take on Chinese. Afro Chino was here, but let me tell you, like Afro Indian, like, bro, get out of here. Come
That
on.
don't sound
And
bad. Just
even
saying that don't
and
sound bad. Just thinking about that don't sound bad, to be honest.
right? And like West Africans will beef, but Kenya got some fire J rice too. I've had Nigerian J rice, I've had Ghanaian J rice. Please don't come for me if you catch this in a future recording. But like Kenyans can make J rice too. Like jollof rice, sorry if you're not like familiar with
Yeah.
parlance. But yeah,
I
so that
know
one's
what you
fire.
mean.
And then to not
So you got
say here,
Turkey
mhm,
and Kenya.
Istanbul, Turkey. You got
Yeah.
Nairobi, Kenya, and then I'm a cop out. I'm gonna say Singapore. My top three in Asia move around all the time. I want to say Japan for part of it, but Singapore is such a more tightly concentrated experience that you can do it and go to another country in your 2 weeks and still feel like you have gotten a pretty good distillation of Singapore in 3 or 4 nights. Like you've got like it's literally the crossroads of Asia. You've got Malay influence, you've got Indo influence, you've got Chinese influence, you've got Indian, not to be confused with the Indo-Asian people influence. You even got a little bit of British in there just to make sure the food isn't too well seasoned. Like they and it's affordable despite Singapore being a very expensive city for hotels and stuff like
Oh,
that. Transportation and food are like very very affordable. There's obviously very very expensive stuff, but like my favorite place to go, and we'll go out of our way when we're flying to places to stop in Singapore for 8 hours and get a hotel so I can do this personally, is a spot called Satay Street. And they have all these different food centers because they used to have a lot of street food vendors. And in like the late 90s, early thousands, I want to say, somebody correct me, if I'm wrong, they gathered them all up to get them off the streets because Singapore is very small and they were taking up a lot of space. And they put them all in these centers and they're like, hey, look, we can promise you better cleanliness, like super cheap, like rent rates, all that stuff. You just got to cook in the food centers. We can't have y'all outside no more. It's worked out. It's a giant success. These things are just basically you've got these amazing culinary like clusters all over this the island that are just off the chain. And
is turkey
the
a popular food in Turkey?
it's not, unfortunately. They're more beef people. Uh but you have the street and they close down this street in downtown at night, like I think from 11 p. No, sorry, like 7 to 11 or something like that in Central Business District. They shut the street down, and it's right outside this food center. And like 19 stalls, I think the last count was 19 or 20 stalls set up all along the street, and they all just do satay, and they all have different like spice blends or whatever, and people have their different favorites. But every night, like this entire place packs up with folks, and like some people like this stall for beef, or some people like this stall for chicken, or some people like this stall for shrimp. But just as far as like grilled like meats with spices over like fire, amazing, on point.
Okay.
So Singapore. Also, the is great there too, and the curry crab, Singapore
I'm hearing
crab,
a lot about
Singapore
Kenya.
black pepper crab, crazy.
Kenya.
But yeah, Kenya. Yeah. So yeah, those are my three:
Thomas
Singapore,
says he could cook.
Nairobi, Istanbul.
Thomas says he can cook. He just don't like to. He don't like cooking like he used to. And then angry Canadian says, "Hell, chat, white Canadian out here, bro. You're welcome here, man. It don't matter what color you are.
What
It don't
up,
matter
buddy?
where you from. You know, we all cool here, man." Cisco says, "There's an African food place here locally. I need to try. Heard it was really good. I've never tried African food
In the Bay Area, what's
ever.
it called? I might actually
No,
know it. I know Bissau Babab closed during the pandemic. That was like the go-to for a lot of people. Senegalese, and then you've got Suya down in Oakland, and then you've got Cisco's from the Bay, so I actually know some of the spots that you might be talking about. What's the other one? Touch of Africa. No. It's an entirely different city. Anyway, yeah, no, they got some cool Western primarily, because I like to break them down because people get it twisted. There are a lot of good West African spots in the Bay
yeah,
Area.
it's
We
not
don't
all the
have a lot
same.
of. Oh, you're in
Yeah.
SenCal? I thought you were in the Bay, dog. My bad. He's in
SoCal.
flyover California. It's the space between San Francisco and Los
All right,
Angeles.
Thomas Marshall. I miss some good fried chicken, potato salad, green beans, and sweet potatoes. Damn. You know, Mr. Cornbread too, man. Cornbread. Can't forget that one. Um,
Oh, you're from LA. Gotcha.
Just goes laughing, angry Canadian. And I love modern day foodies. They have no ideas what collard green and pig feet are. Ugh.
I
I know
mean,
what that is, but
I
it's still
do.
nasty.
I don't mind collards.
Collard greens,
I'm good on pig's feet.
fine.
I'm good
Pig
on pig's
feet,
feet, bro.
nah,
We're
bro.
not doing subsistence food anymore. I'd be having to tell Filipinos that like we're not colonized anymore, y'all. Like
Yeah,
you don't have to eat this.
yeah. I call it what it is. Slave food. I'm not
This is
eating it.
slave food.
Pig feet. I can't do it.
Any food
That's
that
what
people ate because they had no
chitlins and
choice, subsistence food.
yeah, ham hocks.
Nah, can't do it. Can't do it. My old man loves that shit. I can't
Open a
do it though.
soup. Yo, open a soul food place in Cebu. You know what I mean? Yeah. I have to almost give it away. You think so? I don't think so.
I think it would be the opposite. I think the
Well, I don't know
overhead
if
would
you
be
mean.
so prohibitively expensive to deliver a quality experience that you'd be
That's what I was
pricing
gonna say.
out
Yeah.
basically every middle class and under Filipino.
Yeah. That's no, I'm in the Alabama, California teacher. For LA originally. They don't like soul food unless it's rice. They don't even eat rice pudding over here. No, no, I haven't. We'll just market it to us travelers, man. You know, just market it to the travelers, bro, or the expats, because I know the expats. I know the expats be missing it, man. I know y'all. You just said it yourself, man. It's not a bad idea. A soul food place. I'm not eating slave food now. I'm not eating none of that stuff. Mm. Can anyone explain why watermelon and chicken are black related? In the 70s, everyone ate that stuff, and everyone still eats that stuff, and that's the problem.
Yep.
Everyone still eats that stuff. Go to your KFC and see who's inside of it. I'm not trying to be racist. We're all in there. You know what I mean? Everybody eats it. So I don't know if you're trolling or not.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah,
But just for
it's a
fun for the
dumb
people that
stereotype
aren't
because
trolling,
everybody eats it. You know what I
the
mean?
ultra TLDR version of it is that African Americans started growing watermelons as a way of self-sustaining on farmlands, especially both post-slavery and again during post-civil rights era. And as a result, there was a attempt made to propagandize them both occasions as being a food for inferior lazy folks. That's just propaganda, same as most reasons that you're driven to believe that you should dislike somebody or think they're inferior. A group of people got together and figured out how to market that to you.
Yeah, so it don't really matter though. Like
I don't really bother with it.
we know what's going. Yeah.
I've never at any point been worried
Yeah, we all
about
eat that shit
one
here.
going
We
for fried
all eat
chicken.
it here.
Yeah.
We all eat chicken, fried chicken here, bro. Unless
Let me
you're on a
tell you,
health kick or you're
and knowing
vegan
about
or
the
something.
world like I know it now, like fried chicken should be an Asian stereotype, because like you can't go into the convenience store in Oakland and get a drumstick for one. I can do that in Japan, easy peasy lemon squeezy. 99 out of 100 convenience stores, and they'll at least have some chicken bites for me in the 100th one. Like, Thailand, Philippines, like they really, really actually like mess with chicken like that. We're just playing around. Like, there's not too many 24-hour fried chicken spots back home, but every city that you're in, city, mind you, in the Philippines, you can find some 12 o'clock midnight fried chicken easy.
Yeah, it's fried chicken. From what I've seen, only in the Philippines, but there's fried chicken everywhere,
Mhm.
everywhere.
As
Yeah,
it turns out, chickens
but
are
it
very
is what
easy
it
to
is.
raise and even easier to fry.
Yeah, and it tastes good
Go
to me.
figure.
You know,
Like everyone
the
around
same
the world,
reason.
when they received the chicken, came to the same conclusion. Pluck this motherfucker, gut it, fry it. It tastes delicious.
Yeah, the same reason sounding black and sounding ghetto are synonymous. Yeah, we don't do that. Fun fact: racist people make up the dumbest shit. True story. You're right. You're right for no reason. But well, no, it is for a reason. But like I
Yeah,
said,
there's definitely purpose
we're
behind
not
it.
here.
For
Not
no
here to
good
talk
reason,
about
I
that
think is
stuff.
what
We're
you're trying
we're
to get
good
to.
here. You know. Yeah. Yeah. For no good reason at all, man. It's all good, bro. Most chickens are rotisserie chickens.
I'm saying you're
Yeah.
outside the. I mean, yeah, that's lechon manak is again even easier to prepare for most people, especially once you got the setup going. That's but I appreciate it, man. As somebody that in college grew to very quickly respect the power of the Costco rotisserie chicken. Like I love the fact that no matter where you go in the Philippines, you can generally find a pretty well spiced, well marinated roasted chicken for and for $5 you basically feed you and old girl and anybody else that come around looking for leftovers. It's a win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I love Lechon.
I love
Max's is for
the
sure my goat of those.
Amer-
Do you have Max's?
I never heard of Max's.
Oh, it's a popular fried chicken chain back in Phil's. It's really good. They do a little quicker or closer to the pressure fry style like Chick-fil-A does back home. And
Yeah.
their chicken
Yeah.
comes out super crispy. Also their lumpia. As far as like commercial like chain places go, Max's probably has like the best lumpia for my money.
I'm taking notes, man.
Shout out
I'm definitely
Max's.
that little thing you did with Turkey, Kenya, and Singapore. I'm clipping that. I'm gonna put that out. I definitely want to clip that though. I'll just
Go
tell
for
you
it,
that.
man. Clip away.
Lil LaShawn says the Americans introduced fried chicken to the Philippines. Now it's everywhere. There's Max's, Jollibee's, Chicken Joy, KFC, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. Is it like Mang Anasal? Max's, he's talking about.
No,
I try to give a
Max's
food
is
kid close like David.
different. Might be owned by the same people though. but different format.
Never heard of Max. Yeah, I never heard of Max's. He said there's a Max's in Chula Vista, California, but I've only been to the Philippines locations. Yeah, would you eat Jollibees in the States?
Oh, here's a hot take for you.
Yeah,
Philippines has
chat
the
answer
worst
that too.
Jollibee.
Really?
Yeah, I'm saying it. I'm gonna put it out there.
Really?
I know Philippines are gonna feel some type of way.
Wow.
It's a sourcing issue. It's quality wise, it's easier to get higher quality ingredients at more consistent value in other countries. And other places, it's more expensive, but as a result, the
I could
quality
see
is a
that.
lot higher. So in this, and obviously Philippines is king as far as like sales go. But as somebody that has had Jollibee in, I don't even fucking like Jollibee, six countries, I guess. Um, I would have to say, for me, Philippines is. Let me check it. Philippines,
Mm,
Singapore, Indonesia,
coleslaw.
Malaysia,
Disgusting.
United States, Vietnam. Yeah, 6.
6 countries, but I don't know. I got my opinion on Jollibee. Let me read these comments real quick. Coleslaw is terrible. It is disgusting, in my opinion, man. What coleslaw is banging with mashed potatoes. Just, I don't know. I don't like it. There will always be a restaurant scams to sell cheap meat, chicken, beef, refried beans, whatever. Don't fall for it. Cook for yourself. I can't do it, Tom. I can't do it either, man. Jollibee in
I'll
National
tell you,
City is okay.
I like a
I don't
thin
know
layer
what
of
kind of
coleslaw
it's
on a
something.
specific kind of southern chicken sandwich. But then sometimes restaurants in like the modern day start going crazy with it and they just throw scoops and scoops on there. I can take it as like a lettuce substitute for like a good crunch on like a southern chicken sandwich. Give it a try. You'd be surprised. You gotta be chill though.
On a
You gotta find the
sandwich.
right one. A lot of people get traumatized. You get one of those coleslaws with 9 pounds of
I've had
mayonnaise or
it
whatever
on
on it. It look like milk.
you've had it on a brisket, like a brisket sandwich. And
That's different though.
yeah, it's different. It's
Those
different.
are
Yeah.
contrasting, but not necessarily complementary textures. Like I'm talking like the
Yeah, it was just yeah, I
firmness
took
and
it off
juiciness of
and
a
it was
chicken
fun.
patty, the crispiness of the chicken. You got a good crunch, and a slightly vinegared coleslaw. I'm saying not that fucking KFC mayonnaise bukkake horse shit. Like actual proper like coleslaw made by somebody that loves you, and like a thin layer of it
Oh,
on the bottom
maybe
of
that
like a
would be
chicken
different.
sandwich.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. I would never just eat a thing of coleslaw. That's no. But I can definitely understand the argument for coleslaw existing in our world.
Um, this is what it is. You ain't gonna convince me. But no, Jollibees. I was gonna say Jollibees. Is I don't know what it is. Maybe I only ate it in the Philippines. I only ate it once because
You know, it's you
um,
know what?
I
And
don't really
hopefully
like
you
the
only have to
taste.
do it a couple. If you end up in an additional relationship, and like all people, hope you don't. But it's a very common part of the dating process in the Philippines, is especially when you get to the like bringing like her
I've
home
been there.
phase. Every time you ask what there's gonna be you're covering it. Jolly, she doesn't. It's not a money thing. It's not. She doesn't care if there are more expensive options on the menu, less expensive options on it. It's Jollibee. It's Jollibee.
Jolly,
Look at me. It's
yeah,
Jollibee. It's,
yeah.
it's
Jollibee
amazing, but
gravy, crazy.
that's
No, I've been to Jollibees twice. I'm sorry because I went. Yeah, the first time, my first trip, I went to Jollibees. I didn't like it, and then the second trip, I was with her, and we went back to Jollibees, and it tastes exactly the same as the first time. There's an
uh
aftertaste for me or something. It's just something not. I heard they use like a different grease or something. I don't know.
They
Or
use
their
palm
oil,
oil, I believe, in the Philippines. I
palm
could be wrong.
oil.
Let me double check
Yeah,
that. It
there's an
can't just
aftertaste
be
to it
saying
that
shit on
I.
the internet.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cisco International. That's right. Yeah, I'll eat okra before I eat coleslaw.
Palm oil. Okay, yeah. I double check. Can't just be saying shit
Fried
on the internet.
cabbage.
I mean, you can, but I try to not just be saying shit on the internet.
Yeah, we could say. We could say.
But
How about fried cabbage? I never had fried cabbage, but I do love cabbage. You know what I mean? Cabbage
like
and smoked turkey neck or
cabbage is
smoked
good
turkey
with
wings or a
crispy
leg or
fried
anything like that.
textures for
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
I like
Well, I'm
I
pretty
like
sure it would be
cabbage.
the same.
I like cabbage with tonkatsu. I make my own Japanese pork cutlets or whatever. I'll go out of the way to shred down some cabbage just so I have some roughage on the side and something to mop up the extra katsu sauce for sure. And then if I'm
Yeah.
making lumpia or egg rolls, I go a little harder on the cabbage. When I lived in the Philippines and my housekeeper was the main person making them, she'd go a little harder on the carrots and bean sprouts. I actually prefer it that way, but reflexively, I only know how to do it with cabbage.
I love sauces. I don't like the Yum Burger, but the Chicken Joy and the Palabok is good. Yeah, that
Halibut
burger is
looks so
nasty, bro.
nasty to
I'm
me.
sorry. I don't. None of
Halibut
people gonna
looks
be
like
mad at me.
throw up. Oh Lord.
I never
I'm
had that
sorry. We had
either.
two different revulsions.
Um,
Two separate items on the
yeah,
list.
that burger with whatever they put up there, I don't like it. I
Oh,
just don't like it. And
I,
that's I'm not. We're all entitled to our own opinion.
I make my girlfriend brush her teeth after Palabok if she wants to kiss me, and that's not the first time I've had to have that conversation with a girlfriend. Like Palabok is, that's
Women in the
vile.
1920s
Palabok
cook
breath
better
is
than any
crazy.
restaurant now. Prove me wrong. I don't know. I don't. We're not arguing. We're not arguing if women cook better or not. We all. I love a home cooked meal over anything. There's nothing like it.
I
Like when I
was
was there this last time, my girl cooked me. Uh, damn, I forgot the name of it. She told me the name of it, but it was basically like a beef stew, and it had like peanut butter sauce and something. I forgot the name of
I
it.
was negative
It was so
60 in the
good.
1920s, so I don't really have any
Me
uh
too.
way of proving or disproving that.
Yeah.
So if you say so, I mean, okay. Like I don't know where
Yeah.
I'm supposed to
Like
go
the
with
catfish and love food, but we all love it.
this.
Yeah. No one cooks better than grandma. All grandmas can't cook. All women
Yo,
can't cook,
I was
but
about to say
most
that, but
women that
that's a
can't
little
cook
blasphemous.
burn,
But some people's
burn shit.
grandmas were working women.
Mhm.
Some people's grandmas, they just
Yeah, y'all missing out some
didn't.
good food.
Oh,
Fried
pinakbet.
cabbage, man. The palabok always sits heavy in my gut. I don't think I ever had it, but it's a good super filling. What is I don't know what that is to be honest. No. I also
What
have the
palabok?
internet, and I haven't looked at one thing tonight. Yeah,
Palabok is like it's
noodle
like
dish could it be
noodles,
made with
eggs,
the
like shrimp. It's got some sort of fucking gross sauce in it, or not gross sauce. It doesn't taste good to me, but it's pancit palabok is like and it's got like it'll have like boiled pork and shrimp sauce, and it's just there's a lot going on.
panic bet? Panic bet.
Go, you can Google it, and it looks exactly
I think
how you
that's
think
it.
it
I
looks
think
on
that's it, Cisco.
Pinakbet.
Alibaba. I'm looking at that right now. I do it. Oh man,
Yeah,
nah, I'm good.
nah, it's probably
Yeah,
it
he says
now.
I was eating panic bet. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the spelling of it, but it kind of. I think it sounds like something like that. That may be it, but I'm gonna have to ask her what it was. But it was good. It would
I
be
personally like
our version
Filipino
of just
food.
a thick beef stew, and
Yeah,
as much as people shit on the Filipino food, what I've ate was good. You know what I
I like
mean? What I
Filipino
ate was
food
good.
as overall. I
Yeah.
nothing really will
But
appear on my
I'm
favorites
also
list
not.
ever, honestly.
Yeah. Like I was about to say. I also don't go around trying a lot of different stuff. So that's you know kind of I'm in my lane and I'll veer out a little bit. But like I
I
said,
do.
I
I
could
try.
live with what I ate. With what I ate, I could live over there, bro, and be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can definitely, yo. I lived there, no problem. It's there's plenty of food there that you could eat. You will definitely find yourself with a more constrained selection if you are the type of person that needs variety or whatever, though. Like that will definitely
Yeah,
happen.
I can see that.
People a lot of times get me confused as like, oh, you hate Filipino food. Why you? Oh, I don't hate Filipino food. There's just a very small list of Filipino foods that you'll ever see me personally request. Like, and I mean, a lot of them obviously, they have variations elsewhere that I could deal with in their absence. Like, I love lumpia, but I also like egg rolls and chagyao and haramaki and like all the other versions of savory stuff wrapped up in like a wrapper. Or like, I love lechon, but I love any pork belly that you like slow roast, or any part if you're gonna like slow roast a meat over and over until it gets crispy on the outsides. Like, I'm a very easy person to please. Like, so like there are a lot of clear equivalents for the foods I do like in the Philippines, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it just means it's rare. You're never gonna hear me be like, oh damn, I absolutely need to get some like porkumba. Like, that's not my thing.
Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't kari kari. It wasn't that. I know what that is. I think I'm gonna ask her, but I think it was Machado. Machado. I think it
Oh,
was,
Machado.
but I think so. I think so. Maybe I don't know. I'm looking that up too, but I think that's what it was. Yeah, beef Machado. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. But she put peanut butter in it. It was damn good. I don't know if that's the original recipe, but
Well, like a lot of
it
places, like
definitely
there's a recipe, but most people are gonna have a variation on it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It
Um,
definitely was beef Machado. Yeah, it was good.
Cisco, I didn't say Humbo wasn't amazing. I just don't be. I'm never fiending for it. You like this is probably the first time I've mentioned it in like forever. So like there are. I have foods that I crave. There
Much
are
beef.
almost no
Yeah,
Filipino ones
curry
on the
now.
list. I
That's
will
what it
say
is, man.
I do like the Filipino approach to making pork barbecue, and I will do my pork barbecue a lot like that, where you take the shoulder and you marinate it in some soy sauce and vinegar and brown sugar and all
Jelly
that good
rolls or
stuff,
belly
and then
rolls? LOL,
throw it
just
over
kidding.
fire. Like I can rock with that. That's about it.
Fucking
It's
with
kind of
you.
like the only real craving.
This dude's kind of funny, man. This dude's kind of funny, bro. He said jelly rolls or belly rolls. It's
Dun-dun-dun.
funny, a little funny to me.
I didn't even
Oh
catch the
man,
original part of the fan. I caught him saying palavak isn't in the dictionary. I'm not eating it. It was like on one hand, like it's what's that meme? He's out of line,
um,
but he's not wrong.
yeah. Squeeze rolls, bro. The older sisters could burn. Yeah, my ex could cook, bro. Really, really good, man. Like really, really good, bro. Like the type she don't need to measure nothing. She's just in there just doing. Oh man, that's gonna win my heart. Nah, dang.
Yeah,
There
you
you
can
go.
have my humba
Hamba
bread.
is amazing,
Um,
TJ. You're tripping. Y'all had that whole conversation already. Maybe it was adobo. Nah, it was that beef machado. Now, the more I keep saying it, the more I can hear her saying what it was when I asked. And it was good.
yeah,
And I had her
Filipino
make me
can
some
kill their
cheddar
ass off.
cheese. cheddar cheese, scrambled eggs.
Need a little bit of America.
Yeah, that cheddar cheese was expensive as hell, though, man.
Oh yeah,
It
yo,
was
trust
so
me, brother.
expensive,
You
but that's what I
you
wanted.
find out real
That's
fast.
what I wanted, though. So yeah,
Man, I used to be on the same thing, bro. I used to have to go to SNR or if we were in Cebu, the other one, Landers. You it's like Calvin says, if you want to live a Western life there, you're definitely going to pay more than a Western price for it. And import fees for
yeah.
food is the first place you'll feel it. The difference between eating like food from like a SM and like a SNR, a lot.
Is it all right? Let me ask you something. Now I'm about to get controversial again. Is it? Is it? What do you feel about an expat? Like you're an expat, or you're living abroad.
Hmm.
Would you ever complain about the price of American goods abroad, but then not agree with tariffs, reciprocal tariffs? Do you see the connection there?
Yeah,
Especially in the
yeah,
Philippines.
because they're mostly because the tariffs aren't actually reciprocal. They don't actually reflect an accurate depiction of the potential for additional investment in an economy versus the amount. The way that we're doing it kind of simplifies, not to get into super boring economic or political stuff. The way we're doing it essentially simplifies it as an inverse of the amount of trade deficit that we have with the country. Whereas, get to use the easier to understand parlance, we can never replace the Philippines for making mangoes, right? America's just not geographically built for it. So like we can't be pissy that we're importing in more mangoes from the Philippines than we're exporting. So like yeah, it literally there's a whole thing about it. If I'm not sure how deep into the internet you go, but there's a very popular theory that based off somebody running the same question through Chat GPT and essentially giving you the Trump tax plan, that there's a non-zero possibility that this was all just cooked up by some dude asking AI and going, looks good enough, fuck it. So, I mean, it seems like that's wild
I mean, I
because there
can
are all
see where
these, people that
you're
are
coming from.
Harvard professors, MIT, Stanford types, but dumb shit happens a lot in the office. So, whatever. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're right.
Burn it all
And it's like,
down.
but I mean, that I understand that argument, but I'm trying to just be dead ass uh, simple with it. You live in the Philippines, you live in whatever country, Vietnam, right? Price for American goods must be high in Vietnam, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You
Certain things are definitely high.
you want a bar of soap, you want a bar of soap that costs $1
I'll
here,
give you a perfect
over there
example.
it
A
costs
bag
$6.
of Cheetos is $6. There you go. That's a perfect example.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
regular bag is probably like $4.99 in the states, or
Now,
whatever, $6.
oh, $6 for that, $3.99 in states.
I mean,
Whatever,
you
don't
got
matter. You
sales.
know.
Sales don't exist out here.
But
But yeah, anyway, go on.
all right, so if you heard somebody being like, "Yo, this shit's expensive over here," would it be right to be like, "Yeah, because this is tariff. That's why it's more expensive for you to buy American goods overseas."
Yeah, I mean that's
Do you see
always been
that
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 way
it's
though.
basically a tariff? It's always been that way, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But
There's no. I don't think anybody has a problem with
I
tariff.
just was worried about that.
I think
It's
the
just the way
execution
that
is just
it's
weird.
implemented. It was just like we're
Yeah,
doing this, so you should be doing the same. I see
yeah. It's
that
like
part, and it just
trying to
doesn't make
run a
how
game.
you get there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Canada,
nah,
the
I get
51st
you,
state.
man.
Nah, hell no. We got our own problems.
Nah. Fuck that.
I just be
Elbows up,
thinking. I just
Canada.
be asking questions sometimes, man. We don't want Canada. To be honest, they need to do their own thing, man. They're all
Well,
right up
Canada doesn't
there.
want us. Elbows up, Canada. Don't let them take you. are doing just fine by
You can't
themselves.
be mad at the price of SSR. I like eating cupcakes sometimes.
True that.
Jared
That's
and
the
Ivanka
important.
using ChatGPT again.
I mean, and to be
What, you getting political there?
frank,
Yeah, a
it's
little
always
bit.
existed in
A little bit.
America too. Like, if I go to when I go to 99 Ranch in California and I go pick up a bottle of, Bulldog Tonkatsu sauce from Japan, I'm not paying the same price I pay in Japan. I'm not even paying the same price I pay here in Vietnam
I don't,
because, it has to go further.
I don't
So,
understand
like,
this. I do not understand this. We can't talk politics crap. Then who else am I going to discuss this with? You know what I mean? If nobody can talk about politics, and the politicians do what the hell they want to do. Like, I don't get that. We can't talk about politics stuff. No, we need to be talking. We need to actually be talking about politics instead of yelling and screaming about it. You know,
yeah,
I never
it's
got that. It's no. Absolutely, we need to talk to each other about politics. They got us scared to talk to each other. How does that make sense? Why can't I talk to my neighbor about politics? But these motherfuckers will get on TV all day and tell us what to think. And they're passing bills that we don't agree with, but I can't talk to my neighbor about politics. They put fear into some people, man. Like I said, I don't want to yell and scream and argue about politics, but I should be able to ask TJ, who's living in Vietnam, how he feels about politics, man. I don't understand
just don't
that.
ask me about Vietnamese politics. They don't play that over here. But yeah,
Yeah,
U.S.
nah,
politics all
no.
day, every day, no problem. Got you.
You
I
know,
live in a communist country.
I
You ain't
know
about to give
who and
me
who
got.
I know who I can ask certain questions to and who not. Bro, it's 1:30. All right, I gotta put this kid to sleep, man. Cause
Yeah,
he isn't
all good, buddy.
he's not having it, man. And I ain't about to sit here and
You're
hold him. Yeah, we used to
you're
talk
at the
about
4 hour mark
politics,
too,
but
so
now people just
you.
shout. Yeah. Politics or religions. It is, but it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be, man. Like, especially us regular people. You know what I mean? I'm not a politician. I'm not a political activist. I'm just a regular man and I'm a voter and shit affects my life, but I can't talk to anybody about it. I'm not supposed to talk about politics when only in election season when they need our vote. Like we got to be real about this. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Is don't talk about It sounds like a politician came up with that talking point. Don't talk to your fellow man about politics. You know,
Yeah, a lot of people just don't want
we should
to
talk about politics, man. Please, Mr.
to
Albert,
get
respect
into
your boundaries.
the conversation because they're
Disrespect the
expecting
hell
an
out of your
argument coming
opinion.
with it.
Yeah, and it don't always have to be that way, man. Like I'm not gonna be that way. You know what I mean? I'm not looking for a fight. I'm not looking for argument. Don't mean I can't fight or argue, but I just don't want to anymore.
Uh,
You know?
I think what happened. I
Fun
mean,
fact: no
theory
one
crafting.
in Canada hates America. Hold on, let me read this one. Fun fact: no one in Canada hates America, and the fear is fake. Don't fall for it. It's a division tactic. We are all American. Yeah, North American. But no,
Yes.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, we love our brothers to the north, man. I don't care what nobody says. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's tough because it's like 24-hour news cycle pushed it from. There was definitely a point where, professionally speaking, when there was less social media and the divide between your work life and your home life was a lot more of a thick line. You didn't really talk about politics in the office, and that was fine because you had friends, so you go discuss it with in private, or it was still okay to have civil discussions about it. But even if some people would recede from that fact, but like the 24-hour news cycle has made it to, again, we have three generations of Americans, ourselves, the guys after us, and the guys before us, that have at least spent half of their lives having talking heads yelling ideologies at each other on TV, or yelling talking points, and then ring off as that's how talking about politics works. And it's like, no,
Yeah,
no,
same as
not
you,
at
Red
all.
Pill.
That's very new. This is like some sport. That's like somebody seeing WWE wrestling and just being like, "That's how fighting works, right?" Like, what? No, that's
No,
scripted.
no.
Do not throw your little brother off the
Welcome back,
roof.
Icy. Welcome back. So Icy says, I only talk politics if I know it's going to be a good and healthy discussion. Since I also know talking about it divides people, so much idiocracy, left and right. I just preserve my sanity. Yeah, but I just think it should be okay if you want it to, you know? People shouldn't have to run from that. Because at the end of the day, man, if we're all citizens, you know what I mean? Like if I can't talk to you, if I have a question about politics, who am I supposed to go to and ask about it if I can't talk to anybody about it? Am I supposed to ask the politician? Like, where I don't understand this. Like,
My
I come from a culture that we share everything, man. We talk about shit. It may get loud and it may get upset sometimes, you know, but that's just how it
my
was. Like,
my caveat would
it could
be,
be a heated
I think
discussion,
that
but
you
not
should,
everyone could be an adult. Yeah, I agree.
as an American, you should be comfortable talking about American politics. There are some places that just aren't for
Yeah.
you though. Like you can't go to Thailand and say something goofy about the royal family and then get arrested for less majest and then have the shocked Pikachu face. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you can't go and say something wild on Vietnamese news about, like, Vietnamese central government, and then be like, well, I should be able to talk about politics, like when they're, putting you in the back of that unmarked van. So it's like, as
Yeah.
Americans, we should be able to discuss American politics freely for sure. That comes with it.
American
But we should also
politics.
remember
Yeah, and we should mind our
when we're
business.
outside in other countries, we're a guest. So it's like, definitely have your opinions. No one's saying just blindly agree with the party line, but TPO,
Yeah.
time, place, occasion, is extremely, extremely important with regards to that second one. When you're a guest in someone else's country, especially when you're making comments on their political situation.
So Icy says hello, everyone again. Hello. I don't know who's in the bushes, but there's 11 people here. Um, I guess I gotta put this in there.
Oh, they
Before I can
they
put
they
the
says,
link back in there.
yo, they
I
got
don't know. It
you.
just popped up. I tried to
They
put the
got
link and
you. They
that
said,
popped up.
yeah,
But
it's time. You need
yeah,
another
I get
link,
what
huh,
you're
bruh,
saying,
bruh?
Blaze. Oh, he loves Icy. He loves Icy, bro. He loves watching Icy. He be staring. I guess I know where he he gonna be going to. You going overseas too?
Like I said, we Philippines, Philippines.
Icy said, I get what you feel, Blaze. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. Do your own research. Yeah. But sometimes you just need to talk to. Stay out of their politics and you'll live longer. Yeah, it's none of your business. It's none of your business unless you actually, you know, become a citizen. You know what I mean? Like other than that, you got your own, you could come back here and talk politics. Come back to Blizzard Abroad every Friday night. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You don't
Yeah,
want to.
it's a
I
safe
gotta put this
space.
kid to sleep, man. He's sleepy and he's getting like a little rambunctious. Um, I don't want to go though. I want to keep talking, but I really
Hey,
need to
you're at the
put this
4 hour
kid to sleep.
mark. I don't think anybody will hold you.
Yeah,
Also, are you
it's
still going
late,
to you
late,
still going to
late.
do
Yeah.
Calvin stream tomorrow, right?
Yep, yep. So we'll be
Do you
on
think
Icy's in a little while. Icy stream is in a little while. I should have.
all
That's
right.
what I was supposed to do. Let's
Yeah,
put
you
that
gotta
in
start
here.
putting up your collab
Give me one
schedules.
second. 1:30 in the morning. This kid, he woke up and now he's like, "Oh, Papa's not gonna put me back to sleep." Okay, good. Let me get Icy in here real quick because I. Great live, fellas. Much respect. This ain't easy. No, it's not, man. But it's good when you have people like TJ that'll come up here and help you out. Passport X came up. MJ came up. I guess MK was trying to come up, but I never seen MK. I talk to my elders and people that are level headed when I talk about politics. Yeah, me too. I do too, but like I said, man, some people just discourage it all around. I can see what some people mean by, don't get up here. Ah, so yeah, the stream's canceled. Okay, I was just looking for it. All right, well, we're gonna catch you later. I'll resume tomorrow. Okay, great, great live, fellas. We talk to the elders. Hardworking woman, man, and she take care of her, and she take care of her family very well. That's one thing I respect about you guys. You work hard and you still take care of home. Wait, what? My internet blew up. I thought you ghosted me, bro. Like I'm out of here. But nah. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down now, man. It's been 4 hours. I appreciate everybody that's came through, everybody that came on the panel, everybody that sent a message, a chat. I apologize again. Icy, I wasn't ignoring you. I, I got love for you. You know, but I gotta figure out like when somebody's talking, it's kind of hard for me to figure out where to jump in. But I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it, man. I'm gonna get it. I'm learning. I'm growing. Brownouts. Can't have no brownout in there. Need to say hi and catch up in the discussion before I post. Okay, 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 okay. Agreed. I love the shine. The accuracy is much higher. No, I had to change ISPs because my building is tied to just one. Gotta go, folks. Love talking with you. Hey, peace out, angry Canadian. Come back, man. You're welcome back here anytime, man. Same time, same place next week. You know, I will be on Sunshine Shoulders tomorrow night or tomorrow morning. I don't know if you're overseas. You know, but I appreciate you guys, man. I love doing this. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep trying to grow. Keep trying to have these conversations. Ask the questions that nobody wants to ask. Talk about things that that we can sit down and have a good conversation, man. You know. So with that, I'm gonna say bye. Go put my grandson to sleep. See you on the next one. I'll see y'all around. Pretty sure, but I'll see y'all somewhere else. Good night.